I'm asking you just to do that, right? To just critique methodologically. Surely you're familiar with, like I said, the nurses' health professionals follow-up.
Like I said earlier, there are traditional methods of cooking and preparing these foods that detoxify them.
Like, why are you using that sort of terminology for really low-quality observational research when you're discounting some of the, the nurses' health professionals follow-up long-term RCTs?
Having a high plant-based index, you're not saying that you're vegetarian, vegan, but you're eating quite a bit of plants. Does that make you healthier? It does, but not very healthy.
I would argue again, who's the population we're talking about? We're talking about the general westernized diet where people are obese and insulin resistant, and yes, probably eating more fat, more calories, more saturated fat is going to drive higher LDL.
Dr. Chaffee, you are a proponent of the carnivore diet / lifestyle, and Dr. Nagra, you're a proponent of being vegan, or the vegan lifestyle / diet. What I'm hoping we can start with is just kind of all of us agreeing, as we already just did, to kind of the rules where we're going to go. I'll state the question, you guys will state your stance on it, the other person will state their stance on it, and then from there we're just going to have an open conversation about what each other says, and then after that we'll move on to the next topic. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Right on. Okay, so why don't we start with both of you guys giving just a quick, bullet point layout of who you are and why you're credible to speak on this approach to life. So, Dr. Nagra, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, so I'm a naturopathic doctor in Vancouver, BC, out in Canada. I have been out to Perth, though, Anthony. I know that's around where you're based. Back in 2009. Record summer, by the way. It was like 45 degrees or something. But I am, it was crazy. But yeah, so I've been plant-based. I've been vegan for about 12 and a half years, started shifting a bit prior to that. I had certain, health issues when I was younger, overweight, asthma, and so on, and I did see, large improvements, and that's what ultimately got me interested. And of course, from there, I did more research and went through school, got a bachelor's in microbiology, took additional nutrition classes, and just kind of continued on from there. And I use nutrition a lot in my practice as well, largely dealing with people with cardiometabolic diseases or cardiometabolic risk factors and helping them improve those. I've also been a contributing author, or rather a scientific fact checker for The Proof is in the Plants, best-selling book out in Australia, as well as a contributing author to Professional Health nutrition textbook, and here to discuss my views on nutrition. So there you go.
Awesome. Thank you. And Dr. Chaffee.
I'm an American medical doctor. I currently practice in Perth, Australia, as Matt said. So I have been researching diet and nutrition for, really about 25 years. I started studying nutrition in my undergraduate degree in Washington. I studied nutrition. I got my degree in molecular and cellular biology, and that culminated in a medical degree after that. Since then, I have found that nutritional interventions are extremely potent, as you have as well, and that whatever we're eating, we're doing it wrong, and people are getting very sick and they're getting unwell, and so some things need to be changed. And so I've taken quite a lot of time looking at research and different studies and pieces of evidence to try to figure out what we are biologically and what we're biologically designed to eat and what would be the most healthful way to eat. I think there's an absolutely huge array and gambit of different things that we could eat and be relatively healthy. The predominant diet at the moment is very unhealthy, and so I think that's, no matter what we do, I think we need to change that, and we need to go into a direction of a different direction than we're going now. So I am a proponent of a carnivore diet. I feel that just is biologically what we're designed to eat, and I think that is the most healthful, but I don't think that's the only healthful diet. There's certainly a wide array of people that can be extremely healthy on different diets as well. So I do that personally because I find that that's best for me, and I use that in my practice quite a lot, and I find this is very beneficial to my patients as well. But I certainly don't think that this is the only thing. I mean, I have vegetarian patients, who for religious reasons, they're like, look, I just can't. I can do eggs, that's it. And it's just like, okay, we'll work with that and do the best we can with them. So that's my position anyway.
Gotcha. Okay.
And just a spot of common ground, if I could say, I think we both agree that the predominant Western diet, so to speak, at this point is not the best. So it's nice to start off with a point of common ground.
There's something in
definitely.
common.
Yeah.
Brings about another question that I want to bring and circle back to after we get to these ones. So we'll see how quickly we go. But the first one is, it's pretty straightforward. It really is. What are humans biologically and evolutionarily designed to eat? And, pretty straightforward question. That's not a matter of, just maybe what we like, what tastes good and all that, but what are we designed to eat? So we'll start there. Dr. Nagra, if you want to start first on this one.
Sure. And with regard to biological adaptations, I mean, we have adaptations to carbohydrates. We have 10 to 20 times the amylase gene that our Neanderthal cousins do, for example. But at the end of the day, I don't see why having adaptations to a certain food or a certain dietary practice means that it's best for us long term. And to understand that, let's just talk a little bit about how natural selection works, right? We all have genes. We pass down our genes to our offspring, our children, and those who reproduce more are going to end up spreading their genes more. And throughout evolution, genes that help us get to that point of reproducing are the ones that are passed on. Genes that don't necessarily help us get to that point eventually get weeded out of the population. A great example of this not necessarily leading to good long-term health is sickle cell anemia. So if we look at areas where malaria is endemic, sickle cell anemia actually helps protect against malaria. So kids won't die at very young ages due to malaria infections, but they can run into complications long-term, like cardiovascular complications beyond the reproductive window. And so there's no good reason, in my view, to think that even if we have adaptations to eating meat, that it's necessarily going to lead to good long-term health. And what I ultimately care about are those long-term health outcomes. Does it lead to a lower risk of cardiovascular disease, all-cause mortality, premature death, essentially? And just to highlight some of the data on that, I mean, we have food groups and the risk of all-cause mortality. We see that whole grain consumption, higher whole grain consumption, lower risk. Refined grains, not so much. I don't advocate for that. Vegetable consumption, higher intake, lower risk. Fruit consumption, nut consumption, legume consumption. Whereas on the flip side, eggs, dairy, red meat, processed meat, and sugar-sweetened beverages, of course, I don't advocate for that. Fish consumption, on the other hand, seems to be quite protective. If we also look at biomarkers, so this isn't based on dietary intake, this is based on actual markers of intake of whole grains and nuts in particular. Enterolactone, a product that ends up in our blood after we consume lignans in those foods, those with the highest concentrations have a 30% lower risk of all-cause mortality and a 45% lower risk of cardiovascular disease mortality. If we look at long-term randomized controlled trials in the form of the Lyon Diet Heart Study, the main dietary changes, the statistically significant changes, were more bread, more fruit, and of course the bread was mostly whole wheat in this case, more fruit, more margarines, less butter and cream, less meat, and less delicatessen, which is like meat and cheeses, and a 70% lower risk of all-cause mortality. I see that's really small. It says 0.3 right there in the bottom right. And so when we're looking at the long-term health outcomes amongst people actually living today and following them over time, we see consistently that they end up doing better the more plant foods, at least those healthier plant foods I highlighted, not so much the refined grains and Coca-Colas, the better off they end up doing. So I think that would pretty much be it for my sort of opening.
And so, Dr. Chaffee, before you go really quick, your stance then is that plants, 100%, like mainly plants, is the way to go?
So yes, in that, whether you're eating, say, 85-ish% to 100% plant-based, generally very, very healthy, whether or not there's, some small degree of benefit if you waver slightly to the right or left of that 100%, I haven't seen good evidence of there being a significant difference. So I would say diets like the Mediterranean, DASH, Portfolio, or a strictly exclusive plant-based diet as well can fit into that mold, but I'm not talking about the Oreo cookie potato chip diet, right? I'm specifically talking about this healthier iteration as I've outlined.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Dr. Chaffee, what about you? What is your stance on what are humans biologically and evolutionarily designed to eat?
Thank you very much. So is it possible to share screen?
Yeah, you just click share, bottom middle.
Yeah, so I think that it does matter biologically what we're designed to eat and what we're evolutionarily designed to eat for the simple reason that after 2 million years of adaptation to a specific food group, the likelihood that you have carried over or developed sensitivities and damage from that food group is extremely unlikely. I can't think of a single example in nature where you can take an animal that eats naturally in its wild environment and that's not the healthiest thing for them to eat. There are signs at the zoo that say don't feed the animals because if you eat something that they don't eat in the wild, they get very, very sick. And that's the same with at parks and so on. And we know this in animal husbandry and livestock or just veterinary medicine, that if animals eat outside of their evolutionary past, they will get very, very sick. And the reason being is that they're not designed. They're not designed for it, so they're not going to have the bioavailability. They're not going to be designed to break these foods down and get their nutritional resources. And there may be toxins in the different plants that they eat. We have a capacity to break down certain things, but not a complete one. This is where inedible plants come in, which is the majority of plants on Earth. So this is a concept that we understand. And so if you're not designed biologically to eat a certain food, that can instill harm to varying degrees. And so it is important. The idea that we would be better off eating something that we haven't eaten even 50 years ago. A lot of the food that we eat now didn't exist 50 years ago. Even the vegetables and fruits that we eat have been thoroughly bred and changed from their original form as well. And so the idea that we're biologically adapted to things that we really haven't eaten until very, very recently, I'm a bit skeptical of. Biologically, animals tend to adapt to their environment and adapt to their food source. And so as I'll share the screen here. Okay, so this is a study that came out of the University of Tel Aviv that showed that all the available evidence showed that humans were hypercarnivorous apex predators for at least the last 2 million years. So that is, just looking at the evidence there, and if you speak to different, sorry, I'm just having difficulty with the share screen thing here.
It was working.
And so, did you guys see that? Did that come
Yeah,
up?
it was up there.
Yeah,
It was up there. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, if you speak to different paleoanthropologists and archaeologists, they will tell you that this is what the evidence shows, is that people have been eating meat, if not predominantly meat, sometimes even exclusively meat. Think about in the ice ages. When the ice sheet started coming down, the fossil record shows that people were actually moving up away from the equator and into the ice shelves. So there really isn't any plants available then. So predominantly what they're going to be eating is meat. And that is, I had another point there, but that is the idea that we have evolved to eat meat and we're biologically adapted to it. If we weren't able to survive solely on meat, then we really wouldn't be doing very well through the ice ages. We have the Inuit in northern Canada and Alaska. When eating their normal diet, they are actually quite healthy, and there are many studies looking at this over the course of the 20th century that early on they have pretty low prevalence of disease, heart disease, cancer, diabetes. And as the decades go on, as they're becoming more incorporated into Western society, those rates go up and up and up. But even as far as 1996, there was a study out of Canada that looked and found that even though the Inuits, previously called Eskimos, the Inuits start smoking at very early ages, sometimes as on average as early as 8 years old, that their heart disease rate was actually quite a lot lower than the rest of Canada. And they thought maybe this was a genetic factor, so they looked at all their genes and said, okay, maybe they're genetically designed to withstand heart disease. They found that no, actually they had all the risk factors, genetic risk factors for developing heart disease. So they said, look, we really don't know why that is. Fast forward another 10 years, 20 years, they say, well, actually, the heart disease rate isn't all that low in Inuits. Well, that's because more and more of them are incorporated into Western society and eat a lot of junk food and alcohol and things like that. And so, when we, you mentioned sickle cell, and that's a good example, because if you have, homozygous sickle cell genetic adaptation, that obviously is a problem for life. But if you're heterozygous, then that confers a benefit to malaria, but it doesn't confer the health risks. So on a population level, you get long-term survival improvement for the population. But I agree that those people that get hit with the double homozygous, they're not doing very well. But because more are going to be heterozygous, that confers a long-term survival for the population. You mentioned the DASH diet as well. There was a recent study, I don't have it up unfortunately, this just reminded me of it when you spoke about it, but there's actually a ketogenic diet was actually shown to be more efficacious than the DASH diet as well.
Wait, sorry,
and that's
sorry,
not
I just missed that little, what you said there, if you could just repeat it, please.
Oh, I was just saying that there are other diets that like the ketogenic diet actually recently got shown to be even better than the DASH diet. And that's not to say you can't do a ketogenic diet on a plant-based diet, because you certainly can. And so that's not just advocating solely for meat. But a lot of times when we're looking at the different studies looking at, is this diet better than another diet, quite often we are comparing them to the standard norm. So we don't really have things that are comparing a whole food plant-based diet that you espouse and a whole food meat-based diet as I espouse. Generally, they're just equated to the standard. So you can have more fruits and vegetables, and that's better than the standard, and I certainly would agree with that. But there's also the study out of Harvard with 2,000 carnivores, self-reported, a lot of these are, that showed improvements to the standard diet. So neither of these are going to show, is it better compared to a whole food plant-based diet and a whole food meat-based diet. There was, I'm trying to bring it up here, there was a recent study out of the UK. I'll try to share my screen here.
And yeah, Dr. Nagra, if you want to come, respond to any of this.
Yeah. I was kind of waiting my turn, but whenever it's possible.
Yeah. I'll wrap it up here.
Okay.
There we go. So this one it was a long-term perspective study with 400,000 people in the UK, and they found that accounting for confounding factors, socioeconomic factors, healthy user bias, that this actually eliminated the benefits associated with plant-based diets. So they looked at whole food plants, cooked and raw. They found that raw conferred a better cardiovascular benefit than cooked. Cooked didn't show any, but when you accounted for the confounding factors, that this was eliminated as well.
Can you just keep that up for a sec? Oh, sorry. I was wondering if you can just, I can pull it up, or you can keep it up.
That's fine.
Okay. Whenever I respond, I just want to touch on that one really quick.
Yeah, of course. So that's the main thing. I mean, there are studies that compare what we're talking about, which is whole food plant-based diet and meat-based diet, and we can certainly get into those as well. But just from a biological evolutionary standpoint, I think that it's that the evidence does show quite clearly that that we did evolve eating meat, and the biological premise that what you're adapted to is what's going to be beneficial to you, I think stands here. One thing I will point out is that people say that, and this is a bit weird, sorry, there's weird ads here, that they say, well, these people probably didn't live all that long. There's no real good evidence for that. What that's based on is average life expectancy from birth. But here you can see that that's not really the same thing as how long people live when they just die of old age. So back in 1850, if you were at 0, the average life expectancy was 38. So people can say, oh, well, people were dying in their 30s. Well, not really, because if you made it to 10 years old, on average, you would make it another 48 years, you'd make it to 58. And it goes up from there and there and there and there. And so by the time you got up to 70, you were likely to make it into your 80s and so on. And that stayed pretty constant. It went up a little bit. It went down again in the 1900s and then started going up again sort of the middle of the century, middle to late last century. And that's gone up a little bit. But that's the problem we run into when we're dealing with average life expectancy from birth.
All right.
Okay,
So yeah,
let
just
me-
on this.
go ahead, Nagra.
Yeah, just on the study. Do you mind scrolling down to table 2 for a sec?
Sure. Yeah, no, I got onto it. I tried clicking it to bring it up
Okay.
and to blow it up, but it's not doing it.
Can you see it? Oh, now you can. So this is the
Yep.
paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in your view, this is one of the better ones on the topic, presumably?
No, not at all. I think all studies have inherent flaws. The point is that there's mixed literature, and
Wait,
none of these studies are really all that great because a lot of them have all these confounding factors.
So I
And
just
so
want to address.
It's really difficult to make comparisons.
So I just want to address something though. So you said that this study found no benefit, right?
No.
After
so it
after
found
adjusting
benefit,
for confounders?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it found really no benefit with cooked vegetables. It found a benefit with uncooked, but it thought that there was probably confounders that were getting in the way of that. So again, it's not a perfect study, and it's not saying conclusively that vegetables don't provide any benefit. But again, you also have to think about the comparison. What are we comparing?
Well, so,
comparing
sorry,
this to?
can I
They're comparing
just show what I wanted to show,
Yeah.
please? Yeah.
Sure.
So this is table 2. This is what I was trying to get you to go to. If we look at all-cause mortality, cooked vegetables were beneficial, 19% lower risk of all-cause mortality in the fully adjusted model. So that is when you're adjusting for all the confounders, including BMI and whatnot. So it actually was beneficial, as was raw, very similarly beneficial, as was total vegetable intake. So I'm just confused as to why you said there was no benefit.
on the cardiovascular risk.
Yeah, but for all-cause mortality, are we in agreement that there was benefit? And this is only for over 4 tablespoons of vegetable intake.
Oh yeah, no. I was speaking specifically about cardiovascular risk.
Okay.
But
Okay,
no, look, I agree.
I just want to make clear, for all-cause mortality, we agree there was benefit.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and that's no, absolutely. So
Yeah.
so let me again clarify. I'm not saying that this study proves that vegetables are not good for you. I'm saying that there is mixed literature. And I'm also just pointing out that when you're comparing these things, you're comparing them to the norm standard diet, which we both agree is not great. So it's difficult to glean more information than that because we don't have comparative studies to whole food plant-based diet with whole food meat-based diet, except for one, which we can talk about, which is...
We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'd like to have my response because there was a lot of things to unpack there. So another thing you mentioned was obviously there's a lot. I'm not going to go through every single point, just hit on some of the big ones. But another thing you mentioned was this one, right? The Harvard carnivore study, right? Yeah, and so what happened to the coronary artery calcium scores in people who had scans before and after adopting carnivore?
Yeah. So the thing is, again...
Again, I'm just asking, but I understand. I just want to point out, right, I don't see how, what the purpose of citing this study is if we're just accepting certain findings but not others, right? Like coronary artery calcium for people who had pre-diet scores was 55. For those who also had the post-diet was 81, right? We actually saw an increase in coronary artery calcium. And so I just want to point out that I don't see the reason. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing the right tab here. That's my bad. It's weird how it does that.
I wanted to say something, but I didn't interrupt your flow.
Yeah. It's weird that it doesn't share that. But I just want to point out that, if we're going to cite studies, presumably we look at the full set of results. We look at the outcome. I'm just waiting for it to load up. Yeah. So here's the coronary artery. We have 55 here. We have 81 post or current, so pre-diet was 55. And so we actually see a progression of coronary artery calcium in these self-selected carnivores through the World Carnivore Tribe and the Carnivore Reddit and all of that, presumably who are very strong proponents of that, right? It's imagine if I were to go on my social media and say, hey, let's survey a bunch of vegans about their health. Obviously, there would be a selection bias. So I just think this is a really pretty terrible study, actually, if I'm honest about that. But going back to this whole idea of biological adaptation, I did sort of point out why that isn't necessarily beneficial long term. There's no reason to select for something that helps us out post-reproductive age. It only matters to get to that reproductive window and to reproduce and pass those genes on. And like you said, we're only looking at replacing the standard American diet. That's actually not true. We have substitution analyses that specifically model the replacement. I have to unshare and share again here. That specifically model the replacement of red meat and specifically unprocessed red meat and plant protein sources. So here, we actually other animal protein sources as well, replacing unprocessed red meat with, in this case, it was dairy, nuts, or legumes was beneficial for cardiovascular disease, a meta-analysis of prospective cohorts there. And in this study by Huang et al., this was the NIH AARP study published back in 2020, replacement of just 3% of calories from red meat protein with plant protein was associated with a 13% lower risk of all-cause mortality in men and a 15% lower risk of all-cause mortality in women. And this is the adjustment model if there were any concerns. If anything, I'd say they over-adjusted. But a very, very comprehensive adjustment model. And this is specifically looking at that replacement, right? If we took people and they were to swap out a bit of the red meat they're eating with some plant protein sources, they end up living longer and having a lower risk of disease. So it's not just this idea of replacing the standard American diet. And then the last thing I'll mention really quick about like zoo animals. So like, are you suggesting that the zoo animals don't get disease in the wild or in zoos because they're fed their species appropriate diet, or wondering about
disease
that.
insofar as getting infections, but they don't get diabetes and autoimmune disorders.
What about like
when they're eating
cancers, cardiovascular disease?
No, not really. It's much lower. And
so actually, let's look at that too really quick here. Just again, I'm just trying. You threw out a lot of points. I just want to make sure I touch on some of the big ones. So you look at cancer risk amongst mammals or across mammals, and these are in zoos. Being fed their presumably species-specific diet, as you put it. 110,000 animals.
Does it say that specifically?
Yeah. So they talk about meat in particular, like meat intake amongst the carnivores, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to get to that in a second here. So if we look at the different types of animals too, we actually see that the cancer rates are the highest amongst carnivores, even though they're eating this meat, raw meat largely. The herbivores primates have a lower rates of cancer mortality. We look at rodents, lower rates of cancer mortality, and so on. It's spiking up like crazy here, and we can see the means on the cancer mortality rate, right here on the right side. So these animals absolutely do get cancer, and they develop that. If we also look at arthritis amongst animal skeletons from zoos, we see that they also develop arthritis. In fact, even marine mammals do, which is kind of interesting. And I'm pulling that up here. So these diseases do exist in the wild and in zoos where they're presumably being fed appropriately. As you said, you're not supposed to feed animals because they have very specific diets that they're adhering to. So I just don't see any bearing on this idea that, well, animals don't get the disease if they're eating according to their quote-unquote species-specific diet. And at the end of the day, this all comes back to outcomes. Like I said, replacing animal protein, red meat protein in particular, with plant protein sources has consistently been shown to lead to lower mortality risk, lower cardiovascular disease risk in virtually every cohort that there has been looking at that. NIH, AARP, Nurses Health, Health Professionals Follow-Up, JPHC. The Rotterdam study was actually carbs for animal protein, and the list goes on and on. So what I'd be really interested to hear is, what is the fundamental issue that applies to those studies, even though they're done in different populations by different researchers using different methodologies, that would explain those results?
Well, I'd have to look at each individual study to know. But the fact, so you talked about the Harvard study, and you picked on one point, which is a CAC score, but isn't it also true that taking a statin, which is generally accepted as beneficial for heart disease and its prevention, raises your CAC score as well?
It can.
So,
yeah.
Okay, so is raising a CAC score inherently bad if we do it on purpose with statins?
No, it's not inherently bad. I'm not saying it's inherently bad, but What I'm saying is we actually don't glean much useful information from that study, nor can we say that those people are better off, after versus before the carnivore diet. And of course, there's the huge issue of selection bias. Like I said, if I went on my social media like, hey, if you got better on a vegan diet, sign up for this survey, presumably nobody would accept that as good science, right? And it's really the same thing that occurred there.
So again, the point I was making with that was not that this is the end-all be-all study. I was specifically saying it was flawed and saying that it wasn't showing what I wanted to show, what we wanted to talk about. I said specifically that this is not comparing like for like. This is not showing us, what we want to see. We want to see whole food plant-based diet, whole food meat-based diet. We want to do it in a rigorous fashion. And I was saying that wasn't it. And I was also saying that there are other examples. So I was actually being disparaging of my own side, saying that we don't really have good studies in that regard. As far as the zoo animals are concerned and the animals in the wild, I would be interested to see, if they were able to control for being fed outside of their diet. I would also be interested to see, but that also doesn't presuppose that, just because they get certain illnesses in that environment, that if they were eating otherwise, they wouldn't get worse. There were studies.
It doesn't tell us either way. I will acknowledge that. It doesn't actually tell us either way, of course. Like in the wild, maybe sick animals, maybe they do get sick, but they just die quicker, so we can't properly study. Like, it could go either way. I would agree with that.
Yeah. So there was a study, and I'm sorry I don't have it up, but just reminded me of it.
I think I have to cut this question, unfortunately, unless.
I'm fine. Like I feel like this is inherent to the discussion personally, but it's totally up to you two as well, Anthony, if you care.
Well,
I'll make maybe just a quick couple points, and then we can move on. It's just the matter of a study with it looked at elephants and whales. And said these are huge animals. They've got a lot of cells and tissue. They should have higher rates of cancer. There's more cells that can go wrong and turn cancerous, but they found they had very, very low, negligible cancer rates. And they were like, okay, well, what is this? And they sort of looked at that. They came up with sort of genetic reasons for that. But the point is that it's very low. Elephants obviously being large herbivores. Whales being large carnivores, they're just eating meat basically, or plankton, things like that, or krill, I should say. So that's just that point. The point about reproduction age, only getting to reproduction age, that's the only benefit. That's not quite true, because you get to reproduction age, you have kids. If you die immediately, your kids are dead. You have to be able to wean them and bring them to adulthood as well.
Through the reproductive window, yes, I would agree. Through really at the end of the day, you're talking about till about 40 or so, 40, 45. I would grant that. I'm just not saying into the 70s, 80s, 90s. Just to be clear, right? There's no advantage to living that long.
Well, it's societally, I think it is. You have the elders and the wise men, all these sorts of things that pass down that information, and you have the grandfathers and great grandfathers who pass down human knowledge and experience, and so there can be a societal benefit. But you're right. The minimum that you need is to get to, say, 40, so that your kids are adults and they can at least fend for themselves. But even in the different population studies, looking at like Malcolm Gladwell wrote about this in Outliers, you have different populations genetically sort of doing things differently in different areas, and they didn't have the same longevity outcomes. Whereas the areas that they had better longevity is when they had 3 generations, 4 generations living in the same household, and everyone was helping out and taking care of things. So I think there is an advantage to that. But you're right, the strict cutoff, I think, is not just at reproduction age, though. It's probably double or more than that. And then the one piece of information...
Can I just add just one quick point on that last thing you said? Just one point. I would say, though, as an alternative hypothesis, it could even be detrimental, as you're actually feeding resources, perhaps, to keeping someone alive who isn't going to be passing down genetic material, who isn't going to be helping reproduce. So it could go either way.
That's why the Inuit go and expose themselves, right? That was the thing. When they're too old to chew their leather, they just go outside and they expose themselves, say, hey, we're not pulling our weight, these are harsh environments, and so we got to go. But they don't do that at 40. They were doing that when their teeth wore out to such a degree that they couldn't chew on skins anymore and help at least make leather and things like that. So
it doesn't sound like they were very healthy then.
No, I mean, we're not rats, right? We don't regrow our teeth, so they wear down. And so if you're using your teeth as a tool, they're going to wear down. It's not that they're falling out or rotting. And in fact, that gets me to another point, which is pre and post agriculture. Archaeologists know the skeletons pre and post agriculture. So there's a hard line. Before agriculture, teeth were much better, jaws were better developed, less cavities, less lost teeth. Brains were 11% larger, on average 5 inches taller. After agriculture, brains smaller, stature smaller, teeth are crowded, crooked, broken, cavities, and they have shorter femurs, which is a sign of malnutrition, and signs of tuberculosis in their spines and bones. That is also obviously signs of ill health. And so you can see a clear cutoff when we change dramatically our population-wide diet, that there was significant developmental ramifications because of that.
With regard to agriculture, we didn't need to hunt anymore as much. We didn't need to be on our feet and as large. As far as brain size, that doesn't, so we didn't select for it as much. As far as brain size doesn't dictate intelligence. I mean, look at the largest brains in the world, sperm whales, for example, and a few other large mammals. They aren't more intelligent than us. You even look at brain to body size ratio. Shrews have a bigger brain to body size ratio than we do. They aren't smarter than us. Our number of neurons, as far as I'm aware, has not significantly declined. If anything, may have gone up. And so we are more intelligent, so to speak, than we would have been back then. And so I don't see how that has any bearing. And ultimately, it comes back to those long-term health outcomes that I care about.
Just so everybody's clear, too, Shawn, you're promoting more of a carnivore-based lifestyle. I know you're open to other lifestyles, kind of like you mentioned, but more or less that's kind of what you promote, meat-heavy diet for most health. And then Dr. Garth Davis, you promote more of a plant-based lifestyle. I believe you are vegan, but I believe you've been very clear about you don't promote veganism for health necessarily. Now, I could be wrong about that.
Very correct. That's a very important distinction. Yeah. So I promote a healthy plant-based diet for patients that is not exclusively vegan or vegetarian. It does not withhold all meat. So I never tell my patients you have to be vegan. And the amount of meat we recommend can vary, but it's going to be far lower, obviously, than what Shawn recommends. But I don't say you have to be vegan to be healthy. I can make arguments as to why I think vegan is extremely healthy, but based on a lot of data, but that's not what I teach. But I am personally, I've been vegan 15 years, kind of like Shawn. I was 35 and went to get my life insurance policy test because I was about to have a kid, and I completely and utterly failed it. My LDL cholesterol was 195, my triglycerides were sky high, I had fatty liver, I was about 20 pounds heavier than I am now, not at all athletic, and I sat back and said, what has my medical school taught me about this, and realized that it taught me nothing. And so I went absolutely crazy studying the literature and feeling a little bit like, what am I doing with my patients? I saw a patient the other day, morbidly obese, saw her doctor, and I had the doctor's note, and he puts down there as one of her diagnoses, obesity, and then he put plan. I told her to eat less and move more. Obviously, that's not the answer. And so I went looking, and I'm still looking for the answer. Because it's not so simple as I think we'll probably find out.
If that were working, it would have worked already, right? So it's not quite there. Where I think we should kind of go next is the rules of the conversation. I'm going to put out a question. I'm going to call out who's to answer it first. You get probably, let's just give it within 3 minutes to state that, so it's not a huge tangential thing. Next person can do the same, and then we'll just have an open conversation. I have 4 questions, which I think are pretty juicy topics, really, for the plant-based and the carnivore space. I've done this a couple times with different doctors on, Dr. Chaffee, Dr. Ovadia, Dr. Khan, all being parts of this. So this will be pretty fun, and I think pretty straightforward. I encourage you both to speak as candidly as possible, because honestly, there's a lot of opinions about each other's sides that is said in private, but not necessarily as direct. And I think that's important to understanding truth. So whatever that may be, just being as authentic as we can in it. So without any further ado,
I don't think you're going to have to worry about us two being.
I don't think I will.
Being candid.
It's funny because when I actually was looking for somebody to have a conversation with the both of you guys, I got some assistance from a friend of mine who is vegan. He's a proponent of this vegan lifestyle, and Shawn is very well known in the space. carnivore space. He actually coined the term carnivore diet himself. But then, I wanted somebody who was kind of up to his standard, at least in our space, the carnivore space. And you, Dr. Davis, were the names. So you guys are both very well known in your spaces. So just, you're kind of leading the charges here. Let's be about it and make sure that we have clarity by the end of this. Okay, so the first question that I wanted to ask, I'm very curious about this. Does meat cause harm via, for example, saturated fat, or causes inflammation and high cholesterol? So realistically, those are the causes of eating meat that a lot of people say, but does meat cause harm for the longevity and the best lifestyle that one could have? And why don't you go ahead and start this, Garth?
This is a very complicated question. So it is not so simple as saying, does meat cause harm? Is meat the reason that we have a lower life expectancy than other countries because we eat more meat? No, it's much more complicated than that. There's so many different things that go into a diet. Do I think meat is a healthy part of a diet? No, I don't. But you have to break down meat into what are the different components of meat. So there are multiple different things. We could have unprocessed meat, we could have processed meat, we could have red meat, we could have white meat, we could have fish, depending on whether or not you think that's meat. In order to study this, you got to understand there are different variables that we need to look at. Are we looking at momentary changes that extrapolate to lifelong health? In other words, does it just increase LDL cholesterol, and does increasing LDL cholesterol then mean increased cardiovascular mortality? I think what we really need to know, what we really want to know is, does meat associate it with all-cause mortality? Does it associate with cancer? Does it associate with cardiac mortality, which is our leading cause of death? And are those associations good associations? In other words, is the research very strong for those? I've got a whole bunch of papers laying on this table that I could pull out for you if we want to go into the details. Let's start at this. In order to understand whether meat is a topic that is causing a shortened lifespan, we have to be able to follow people for a long period of time that have been on the diet. Preferably, we would want to follow them from birth, have one group eating meat and one group not eating meat. That's very difficult to do, right? Having a short-term study of 5 years, how are you going to make an inference really on whether this is affecting cardiac mortality or long-term mortality on cancer? You really need long-term studies. If we're going to look at long-term studies of meat consumption, we're going to have to look at some epidemiology that have followed people for long term. Now, what people need to understand is in order to follow someone long term and have a good study about it, you need a prospective cohort. In other words, we need to start collecting people and we need to study them for an extended period of time. We need to show that one group is eating a lot of meat versus one group not eating a lot of meat. So if you have two groups that are eating similar amounts of meat, it's hard to draw any statistical correlations. We have to have a mechanism of why we think this works, and then we have to have some long-term results. There have been several studies like this. My favorite study to bring up in this situation is called the Adventist Health Study. I bring this up because the Adventist health population is a very interesting population. It is a population that they started looking at an Adventist Health 1 study in Loma Linda, California. Now, the interesting thing is Loma Linda, California is surrounded by a whole bunch of areas with very low life expectancy. The study initially was done looking at tobacco's effect on lifespan, and what they found is that the people in Loma Linda, California didn't smoke, and they also had an amazingly extended lifespan compared to the other populations around there. So they started following Adventists for a long period of time. The beauty of it, heterogeneity in the actual people. They didn't have the same genetics. This isn't like we're studying someone from Okinawa that everybody has the same genetics. It's a bunch of different people. They're all in the same environment. So it's not like we can't say, oh, one's, associated with pollution or something else. And they have a very healthy lifestyle. They don't drink, they don't smoke. And when you follow them out long term, the only thing that seems to be different is that some groups eat meat, although they eat less than the rest of the country. Some groups eat a light amount of meat. Some groups eat dairy, they're lacto-ovo. Some groups are pescatarian and some are actually vegan. And in fact, they've got the largest vegan population in the entire world. This group has been studied now very long term, over 100,000 people, and they've got a very interesting correlation. No matter what you look at, in order to say something correlates, you want to know it's in a dose dependent fashion. And that means like the more meat someone eats, do they get more of the problems? And when you look at the adventist population, there is a mortality benefit of over 13% from the meat eater to the vegan population. And you could pick any disease, heart disease, you could pick diabetes, any of these, and there's a stepwise dose-dependent benefit towards less meat. So we could go over some of the other populations that are out there that have been studied, but I really like the Adventist meat studies. The other studies that are out there aren't really looking at vegan or vegetarian, but are taking large populations, for instance, Harvard's Nurses Health and Health Population Studies, where what they're starting to do now is not necessarily say meat, but they're looking at healthy plant-based diet index versus non-healthy plant-based diet index. And they're looking at those, and people with the healthiest plant-based diet index and the most plant protein tend to live longer. In fact, there was a study just came out yesterday that showed shifting from animal protein to plant protein was associated with better long-term aging.
Yesterday?
Jeez, it just came out. I don't know the actual name of it, but it's in the news all over the place right now. It was published out of Harvard. Dr. Hu was who's the chairman of Harvard's nutrition, and they were looking at healthy aging. They have a healthy aging index, and then looking at plant protein versus animal protein versus total protein. And I will say this, in my book, I am pretty anti-protein. We could get into why. I have changed quite a bit over the time that I'm a little bit more positive towards more protein, not excess protein, but more protein provided that it's plant-based, based on some of these studies that have come out.
Does this look like it?
It looks like it might be it, yeah.
Shawn, I wanted to have you go next, but real quick, we talked about this before. Right before this, I think we all had lunch. What did you have for lunch, Garth?
I had 2 pieces of Ezekiel bread, which is sprouted grain, with some mustard, some hummus, and some arugula with sprouts, broccoli sprouts.
I had bacon and eggs. What did you have, Shawn?
Well, I haven't had lunch yet. I'm 2 hours. Okay. I'm in the Pacific time zone. You guys are both Central, I believe, and so I'm still waiting. So I've got two New York strips waiting for me. So I'll have that after this. So I'm looking forward to it. So I think that one thing we have to remember, you mentioned a whole bunch of different saturated fat driving, LDL cholesterol. And we do see a small trend towards that in the general population. There was just a huge meta-analysis that was done a couple of days ago. David Ludwig, Adrian Sotomoto was a primary, and they found that. And again, I'm interested in a specific population. These are people that are on low carb diets, that aren't eating processed foods, that are eating a lot of meat. And in that particular type of population, we see that the biggest driver for LDL increases are, in fact, being lean. And Garth is a weight loss surgeon. He knows the value of being lean. That generally reduces your risk for diabetes, heart disease, cancer. Pretty much every chronic disease gets better when we get leaner. And so in that particular population, we see for some reason LDL goes up, and being lean seems to predict that. So that's unusual, to say the least. It wouldn't be what you expect. In fact, in that low carb population, they found that being obese actually caused that the LDL cholesterol go down. So then you start to say, well, is it better for me to be obese than lean? And I don't think it is. When we talk about saturated fat, remember saturated fat it's not just one thing. Saturated fat, is it myristic acid, lauric acid, caproic acid, caprylic acid? Is it stearic, oleic, on and on and on. So we can talk about what are these different saturated fats and how do they independently affect us? And we also have to realize that in the United States, where does saturated fat come from? If we look at a Western diet, and interestingly, the majority of some of the biggest drivers of saturated fat consumption are sandwiches, dessert products, cakes, things like that. Cakes have, eggs and butter and sometimes dairy products. And really only 4% of our saturated fat consumption comes from whole unprocessed meat, a steak or something like that, or a piece of chicken or fish. And so we have all these sort of dietary confounders that plague all of these epidemiologic studies. The recent study from Harvard that showed that red meat increased risk for diabetes by 62%. Lasagna was defined as red meat. Sandwiches are just defined as red meat. And so I would contend that we're not answering the question that, at least not to the interest of the population that I am promoting. And so I'm saying, what happens when you don't eat processed food and you're just eating a whole food meat-based diet? If I were to say that to Garth that, hey, a vegan diet is Oreo cookies, Coca-Cola, vegan cheese, and a couple pieces of fruit and vegetables, he of course would push back on that. And I think this is the same sort of scenario here. And we don't really have a lot of studies on people eating in the fashion I'm describing, mostly meat-based with very little to no processed, ultra-processed garbage, which I think is really the problem that we're talking about. There's very few studies that have that would meet the criteria of long-term, hard clinical endpoints, not just, we've got some biomarker that we suspect may be associated with this stuff. And so, again, I would say, I don't know. I will say, I don't know if my diet is going to make somebody live longer. I don't know if it's going to either prevent or increase the likelihood of some disease, because we just don't have the data that shows that now. What I can say is, in the short term, which I do think is valuable, by the way, I think when you have a patient that's in front of you that's sick and suffering, if you have an option to make them no longer sick and suffering, that's kind of what you're supposed to be doing as a physician. Now, the long-term stuff, I think, is at best speculative, even though we have literally spent billions of dollars on epidemiologic studies, Adventist Health, all the stuff coming out of Harvard, Epic Oxford, all those studies, which are, Nurses Health, on and on. We've spent lots of money on those studies. I don't think they've really shown us that much definitively. I mean, it's speculative at best. And again, it doesn't describe the population that I am concerned with.
I think what Shawn is, and actually, Shawn, I applaud you. That was a very, I agree with your position in that we don't know. I think Shawn's relating to when he brings up Soto and Ludwig's study. Ludwig has come up with this concept of certain people are hyper responders to the increase in saturated fat in a low carb diet, but it doesn't matter because they decrease their triglycerides and they decrease their HDL. And does that protect them long term? And the study that he brought up, that became a big topic with letters to the editor that came back and forth. And there was a pretty interesting discussion. I mean, first of all, in that study with the hyper responder, that the most overweight people, so the idea was the overweight person goes on a low carb diet, they don't get as much of a rise in LDL cholesterol as someone like Shawn. So Shawn might go on a carnivore diet and his LDL goes up. Now, does it matter? You look at Shawn. Does it matter if Shawn's LDL cholesterol goes up? Does that make him unhealthy? He feels good. He's setting world records. Does that make him unhealthy? And that is a probably pretty essential question for us to answer. Now, in that study, there were obviously, as most studies, I mean, we could point out study flaws all the time. I think that probably bores people, but there are some important parts. The overweight people in that study, usually overweight people have high cholesterol. That's what I see in my daily practice all the time. Usually they're on statins to protect them. They did no, and I mean no, control for statins in that study with Dr. Ludwig. It was a huge problem. A large part of that study, most of the participants that was in that meta-analysis came from the Diet Fit trial. The Diet Fit trial was done by Gardner out of Stanford. And he specifically limited saturated fat intake. So while these people were on a low carb diet, they were not on a high saturated fat diet necessarily. In fact, some of the studies in that meta-analysis did not even state the amount of saturated fat. So whether there's a saturated fat cholesterol, whether that proved that there's a hyper-responder effect is questionable. But that's out of, I think, what most of your listeners are concerned about. I think the central question and the really interesting question is someone who has high LDL but is otherwise healthy, are they at risk because their LDL is elevated? That is a very important question. Because,
well, I mean, I
Shawn,
think a couple things on that particular Sotomayor study. I mean, they did have individualized, the IPD, the individualized personal data on about a third of the population. And they did actually. There was a chart in there where it talks about statin or no statin in there. So there's one of the figures there. There's like a cluster of 4, BMI versus LDL curves, and one of them talks about, I believe, statin, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw that. So, but I do agree with your point, Garth, that is there this hyper responder study that is protective? And I will be the first one to can say, I don't think we know yet. I think we need more data before we can make those claims. And I, just so you know, when I talk to my patients and the people that I talk to, I never tell them to ignore LDL cholesterol. I say at the very least, get some imaging and follow some imaging over time to see if there is a risk for you. Because, I think the sort of speculation, I'll just call it speculation at this point, is that if you have low triglycerides and you're not diabetic and you have low blood pressure, you don't have any evidence of hypertension, and you're lean, maybe that LDL is not as a relevant risk factor. Mortensen study, the Western Denmark study, where they showed that if you have 0 CAC score, then the likelihood of progression to one of these so-called MACE, major adverse cardiac events, was independent and not related to LDL cholesterol. So we are starting to see that maybe there's some populations where they do have the tendency to develop heart disease, and cholesterol becomes very problematic for them. Maybe there's this sort of outlier population, which the size of which is unknown at this point, and it may be driven by people going low carb and getting good exercise and losing weight, and that may be protective. We don't know the answer to that yet. I don't think we do.
Yeah, I mean, we don't, but we've got things that could tell us the risk. Now, I think if you're telling someone there's a risk, right, you got a patient, you say, look, these are the risks, and you're having a risk-benefit analysis, then you're doing the right thing. So that Westermark study was kind of interesting. I was fascinated by that study.
What's it called?
It's
Mortensen from 2022, I believe.
Mortensen 2022 study.
Yeah, I think I sent it to you.
Yeah, it was Western Denmark Heart Registry. It's a pretty cool study that's been discussed quite a bit, because what happened is they looked at people with LDL cholesterol, but they looked at them in light of their coronary calcium score. And so what they found was, if you've got coronary calcium, your LDL hands down has an effect on whether or not you have a coronary event. And so obviously, if you go and get a coronary score and you've got calcium, you should not be getting an elevated LDL. But what they found out is that this association between LDL and heart disease totally went away if your coronary score was 0. And so that's what Shawn's saying. It's like, what if you've got someone that comes in and their coronary score is 0 and they're going on your carnivore diet and their LDL cholesterol is going up, but they're lean and their triglycerides are okay? Are they safe? Now, there's some important factors. If you look at the Western Denmark study that you got up right there, there are some different age differences. I don't know why they don't discuss this. This is the problem with research, is that you really have to kind of dig into the weeds on it a bit, because when you look at the different ages in the two groups, there's a considerable age difference. So the group with the low coronary artery score was in their, I think it was 53. And then the group with the that actually had coronary artery plaque was 62. So we've got about a 10-year difference. Well, plaque forms over a 10 years. So you could say that those 53-year-olds may have formed plaque when they got to 62. Follow-up is only 5 years. So, 5 years is really not enough to tell us with heart disease whether or not they're going to have a cardiac event. And then the last thing I'll tell you is that when you look at studies like the MESA study, about 30% of people, or maybe even more than that, maybe I think it was a third to a quarter of people in the MESA study, which is a large American population study, where they looked at people with cardiac events who had a coronary score of 0. They attributed to about one-third to one-fourth of the populations that had a heart attack. In other words, just because you have 0 coronary calcium doesn't mean you don't have plaque. So you could have an atheroma like a plaque in the beginning of a plaque inside your vessel, and it hasn't ruptured yet. So I don't think we could necessarily look at that Danish study. I think the best thing would be if we had a group of people, a large group of people, and we followed them that had, varying LDL cholesterols, and we followed them for many years and made sure that they didn't have any other diseases. And this is exactly what they did in the Cooper Clinic in Dallas. So in the Cooper Clinic in Dallas, they enrolled, I think, 30,000 people. They followed them now 24 years. They had varying degrees of LDL cholesterol, but they did not have elevated triglycerides. They were lean. They did not smoke. They did not drink. They exercised. So it's the kind of people we're talking about. If you look at the results on this, if you look at the graphing on it, I don't know if you want to look up the Cooper study there. Amit Kara it's the Cooper longitudinal study. The interesting thing is, in the first 10 years of follow-up, you don't see anything. So in the first 10 years of follow-up, the different LDL cholesterols really had no consequence at all on cardiac events. But when you start following it out 20 to 30 years, you start seeing a humongous difference in the different groups. They based them on LDL of 160 to 189, and the lowest group was less than 100. And the difference in mortality at 30 years was highly, highly significant. I think it's a 60% reduction in mortality if you kept your cholesterol below 100. So those are the kind of things that concern me. We could come up with this idea that there could be a hyper responder that doesn't get sick because their LDL cholesterol is high. But the problem we got to note is that this is something we need to follow over a long period of time.
I don't disagree with long-term follow-up to say that. I do think these studies need to be done because whether you say it's bad or something, there's people that are doing it regardless. And I think we need to know what the results are because, quite honestly, Garth, I talk to a lot of people that do ketogenic, low-carb, carnivore diets because they get a health benefit. Maybe they've had Crohn's disease and it went away. And I asked them, hey, what if your risk for heart disease has increased by 50%? And you know what 99% of them people tell me? They say, I don't care because I feel better now and I don't want to go back to living like I did. And I say, what, is it reasonable for you to take a lipid-lowering drug? I literally tell them that may be an option for you because we don't know the answer yet. At the very least, get imaging to follow up so you can continue to follow this every 3 to 5 years. I think that, and again, I'm not, I don't have the MESA study in front of me or the Cooper study you showed me in front of me. But my question would be, during that 20-year follow-up, did those people remain lean? Did they remain metabolically healthy? And I don't know if that data is available. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe it was just on baseline data, and we don't know what happened. Right. So we don't know what they did over time with regard to those other risk factors. Yeah. So that would be a question I would have. Now, the other thing is, Matt Budoff, who's done this Feldman study, this lean mass hyperpreponderance study where they showed the preliminary data. People 55-year-old average age are on a ketogenic diet for 5 years on average. Their LDL cholesterol is, ridiculously sky high. Compared to the Miami Heart, they have the same number of plaque score, basically a total plaque score based on CCTA. And, people are saying they're going to run it for a year. They've actually got funding to run it out 3 to 5 years, I think. So they'll have a little bit longer data. Matt Budoff is, what's his name? Thomas Dayspring, one of the leading lipidologists in the world, basically acknowledges he acknowledges Matt Budoff as an expert in plaque progression based on CCTA. And that's what a lot of these pharmaceutical companies will use. They'll use a 6-month trial, a year trial to look at plaque progression when they're developing the latest PCSK9 inhibitor or something like that. So they say it's good enough for a drug trial to get it cleared by the FDA, and they're using shorter windows with that level of precision with CCTA because it's more detailed than, say, a CAC score or some of these other studies. Now, some people say, well, you're missing subendothelial plaque because you're not doing an intravascular ultrasound. But realistically, there's no studies that show that people just develop massive stretches of subendothelial plaque and it doesn't go into the luminal. Usually it shows if it's going subendothelial, it equally is going intraluminally. So we're getting intraluminal data, which I think is significant. And again, these studies have not been published yet. We still have to wait before, I'm not out here telling people, I know, you see some of the social media goofy side of me. You don't see what I'm telling people day to day when I talk to people. And when I tell people, we don't know yet. And so I would be cautious. If your LDL is high, consider lowering it. If you don't want to do that maybe you don't want to go on the drugs, maybe you don't want to change your diet, then at the very least, serially image what's going on until we have more data. And I think that is a reasonable approach. I don't want to have heart disease. That's what I do for myself. I had a CAC score when I was 51. It was 0. I'm going to get another one probably this year. Hopefully it'll still be 0. If it's not, I may change things. I'm not married to this. This isn't an ideology for me. And like you, I don't tell people, you don't tell everybody to go vegan. You tell them, hey, reduce your garbage. I'm sure you're telling everybody to reduce the garbage and the sugar and all the added oils and things like that. Eat a healthy plant-based diet. If you want to include some lean chicken breasts in there, go for it. Likewise, I tell people, try carnivore. You may want to add some fruit, some vegetables, things like that if it works for you. And I think that's, again, we just disagree on how much meat's in there, right? I think that's the main disagreement here.
Yeah, and I think for the listeners, Budoff's study is really interesting because we're talking about CAC score. So
CAC. I mean,
I
CAC is what we do.
CAC. It's such a funny sound. So that's a calcium. Yeah. So CT imaging, you're looking for calcium plaques. So now this is a pretty mature type lesion, right? You've got a calcium plaque. It's been calcified. So it's at least
realize Budoff's study is not CAC, it's CCTA. It's angiography, right? Okay, got it. Okay.
Right. That's what I was going to play. Right. So I just was trying to explain to people that Budoff's is much more advanced because now what they're actually looking at is if there's an atheroma that isn't calcified yet. So their calcium score could be 0, but you could have the beginning of a plaque starting to go into the vessel, but it's not yet calcified. So you could pick up something a lot earlier. I think Budoff's study will be really interesting. Nadolsky kind of came up with the idea of the study, and Budoff is somewhat wrong with it. Nadolsky's been a little bit upset because they're looking at some very short-term work. Like you mentioned, we need longer term with that. But I think it's...
I know quite a bit. I literally know all the authors of that study. And Spencer didn't come up with a study. He was asked to participate as a collaboration of dissent, right? And his concern was that they were excluding people with significant cardiovascular disease as based on a CAC score. And they actually excluded only one patient for that. The actual number was one patient was excluded. And they were actually excluded for another reason. It just so happens that they had a high CAC score, but they do have patients that do have some plaque in there. So they're a lot of them have 0, but there is, I think 45% have a total plaque score between 8 and 0. 45 is maxed out. They look at 15 segments and they grade it from 0 to 3, 0 none, 3 severe. So the max score you could get is 3 times 15, which would be 45. So their top guys have about 8, which is pretty consistent with the Miami Heart Study, which is another healthy population, which they cross-matched the best they could. And so we will see if those people that have plaque either regress, progress, or stay the same. And I think we might even see some regression in there, which would be, because I've seen that anecdotally. Now, again, I can't claim anything because it's all anecdotal. But if we start seeing regression of plaque in these people with LDL cholesterol 400, that's going to be, in my view, sort of eye-opening. I would imagine you would agree with that.
That would be
eye-opening. So the question is basically, can you get adequate nutrition from a plant-based diet?
Depends what you mean. If you mean plant only, no supplementation, fortification, well then no, I'd say that's not adequate. I advocate for people to supplement appropriately. Obviously, the one that everyone is aware of is vitamin B12. And when we supplement appropriately and we look at populations who are doing that, we see that they do just fine. They have similar rates or similar nutrient status and rates of deficiency to omnivorous counterparts who are eating a lot more animal products. We see this out of some research. I'll just actually share my screen again real quick. Research out of Switzerland. There are a bunch of other papers as well that I could pull from, but I really like the one out of Switzerland because they looked at rates of deficiency as well. Where is it? Right here. And so if you're looking at omnivore vegans on the right, similar rates of low magnesium, similar rates of low hemoglobin, plasma ferritin, similar for zinc, similar for iodine. Mind you, everybody was low in iodine, presumably not having much like iodized salt or what have you, or fish in this population, or seaweed for people eating plants. Vitamin A was similar, beta carotene, vitamin E, C. Actually, for C, the omnivores tended to be a little bit higher as far as rates of deficiency, but that wasn't significant. B2, roughly similar. B6, actually the vegetarians were higher there, but the omnivores and vegans very similar. B12, no significant differences. Folic acid, actually, the omnivores were lower. And actually, speaking of that, Michaela Peterson publicly acknowledged that her folate levels were low when she tested them, and so she started supplementing with that as well on a carnivore diet. But this all just comes back to what I was talking about before, is that like if we can get all of our nutrition with a plant-based diet plus appropriate supplementation, and it leads to better health outcomes, lower rates of cancer incidence based on this meta-analysis from 2017, lower risk of ischemic heart disease based on this meta-analysis from earlier this year, vegans compared to non-vegetarians. What's the problem? Why do we need to consume a diet that doesn't come with supplementation, right? It doesn't make a lot of sense when the health outcomes are suggesting that it is healthy, and again, that's what I care about. Maybe not everybody cares about the health outcomes, but that would be my kind of position or my response to that question.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Dr. Chaffee. What do you say about, can you get an adequate amount of nutrition from just a plant-based diet?
Yeah, well, I think that is an important point, and that if a diet is lacking in specific essential nutrients like B12, but there are more, then that cannot be our evolved biologically appropriate diet. And this doesn't even go into bioavailability of different nutrients, because there are quite a lot of nutrients that are locked up in ways that we can't access. There are traditional methods of releasing them, like nishtomelization in maize. It releases a lot of the nutrients like niacin and detoxifies them. This is where tamales come from, is that process of nishtomelization. And cooking and all these sorts of things can bring out these nutrients. But what does that mean? That means we are not designed to do it naturally ourselves. And so I think that inherently is important when we're talking about what we're supposed to eat. As far as just hopping back to the change, is it a bad thing that our brains are smaller? Well, I think it is, and I don't think that it's that you can say that it was a selection factor, because this was a hard line. It wasn't that it's gradually happened over the
like
course
one generation, or like
well,
how quickly did it happen?
A couple hundred years. Yeah. Well, that's out of a book. That's out of a book from Oxford University, and they said before agriculture, directly after agriculture, these were the differences.
Well, sure, but like I want to know how long, right? If that's taking place over thousands and thousands of years, it could totally just be a selection event. It's not as advantageous, right? It was in a book somewhere. I mean, I just prefer to see
I'll bring it up for you.
Yeah, please do. And like just to understand kind of how long that was, and if it, because the way that you're speaking about it, and maybe
that's the thing. So this doesn't say the time period that this does it. It just talked about. It just talked about just pre-agriculture and post-agriculture.
Yeah, because
but 10,000 years ago. So
agriculture
it says post-agriculture man 10,000 years ago.
Yeah, so I mean that's a fair amount of time. That's a lot of generations to pass down through, and as far as when that started and ended, and agriculture was introduced at different times in different places around the world.
So this is saying post-agricultural people 10,000 years ago.
Okay.
So not comparing us now to 10,000 years ago. It's comparing skeletons from 10,000 years ago to pre-agricultural man.
But to when? Like what part? Right? How long ago? Is that 100, 200,000 years ago pre-agricultural, or is it 12,000 years ago, right? 200,000? Yeah, so we need to know where that is, right? We can't just say, oh, it's a hard line, all of a sudden we see these changes happening in like a couple generations. We want to know, is that over many tens or hundreds of thousands of years? And so without seeing that, it's just really hard to buy that there was this hard line.
Well, unfortunately, I don't have the whole book handy. I only have this picture. You can see it here. And it's pre-agricultural man and post-agricultural man 10,000 years ago. And there was this sharp decline in height. And it goes through all the different sorts of issues in the skeletal deformations that they found. And so it doesn't say exactly when.
Yeah, it doesn't tell us when or how long. So I don't know how much of a.
I'm with you, but but the what's being relayed here in that picture is this is like that this is a hard line. This is pre-agriculture. This is not 500,000 years ago. I'll try and find the book and send it to you, but that is what and see where it says specifically that. Unfortunately, I don't have that with me right now, but that is what that is suggesting, is that this is a direct hard line. But in any case, the idea that we are optimal on a diet that is lacking in basic nutrients, I don't think that follows. There was, certainly there can be an issue with folate. People with the MTHFR gene mutation don't methylate folate properly, and so they might need a little bit more. But generally what they do is they just eat more liver, and that takes care of it. And I have a number of patients who have done that and have improved on that, and they don't need to take the engineered supplements. They can still just eat meat. They just have to add in a bit of organs, and so they can still get complete nutrition that way. There's more than B12. There's D3, obviously. There's K2. You can get K1 from plants, but it doesn't convert very well over to K2, and you need K2. That's required, and it's actually found to be in poor dentition and jaw development if you have a lack of K2. Vitamin A in its whole form, retinol, does not exist in plants. You got to get it from the carotenoids like beta carotene, but you have to eat quite a lot of these things to get enough vitamin A, sometimes as much as 6 pounds of carrots. And there are about 45% of people that are hypo metabolizers of beta carotene. So it's very difficult for them to get vitamin A as well. Carnitine, this is considered a non-essential amino acid because we make it, but there's evidence that as much as 30% of people don't make enough, and they do need that from their diet as well. And then you're looking at amino acid balance and bioavailability. This again, you can get a complete protein, you certainly can, from plants, but it's not necessarily in the right proportions. If I can find one of these studies that's looking at plant source proteins that was not so favorable, and it was much more favorable with animal source proteins, if I can find it here.
While you're looking that up, do you mind if I just mention a couple things?
Sure.
Yeah. So I want to talk about each of these, the K2, vitamin A, things that you just mentioned, but I want to understand this idea of like, well, if you need to supplement, then the diet's inferior or not as healthy or optimal, so to speak. Let's just do a quick thought experiment. Let's say there's two diets, right? There's diet A, which provides everything that you need as far as essential nutrients, and then there's diet B, which provides most of what you need, but you do need to supplement a couple things. 2 things, 3 things, whatever, it doesn't matter to me here. Now, diet B also, and let's say we didn't know this definitively, leads to better long-term health outcomes, lower risk of cardiovascular disease, cancers, all-cause mortality, etc. Which of those 2 diets would you choose?
Well, it depends on the evidence, but
For sake of the hypothetical, we have hard evidence. It meets every criteria that you need for causal inference.
But we don't, though.
No, but just hypothetically, we do. I'm trying to understand your values, right? And so, just in that hypothetical, if those are the 2 examples,
I don't think that follows. Because if you're biologically designed,
right. That's the whole. The debate is about that, right? The debate is about which is ultimately healthier. I'm just trying to understand if it were the case. If I were to show you this, would you accept that, right? So in these 2 situations, hell, they aren't even carnivore and vegan. Let's just throw those out for a second. They're unnamed diets. We know nothing about them other than what I just said. Diet A provides all of what you need, other than all of what you need as far as essential nutrients. Diet B provides most, but we have to supplement a few things, but it leads to better long-term health outcomes. Which of those 2 would you say is healthier, would you choose?
Well, I think it's still a false comparison.
No, it's really not a false. It's a hypothetical to understand your values, right? So let's just put it this way. Wait, hold on. I'm saying the evidence.
No, I'm answering your question.
You're not answering it.
I'm trying to answer your question right now. if
you're not answering
you
it,
could
though.
show me hard evidence that I was convinced of.
And it is in this
yes,
hypothetical.
I would go with the most helpful one.
Okay,
I would go with the most healthy one.
Okay, in the case
you
that
could do that.
Yeah, so what that tells me is that what you care about are the health outcomes over things like whether or not you need to supplement, whether or not some things are biological diet, and so on. The health outcomes are the be-all, end-all above all of that. That's what that tells me. And so that brings us back to the health outcome data. You still haven't explained why it is the case that when we substitute red meat for plant protein sources, we see improvements in outcomes. You haven't been able to critique any of those studies so far, or explain to me why it is that vegans consistently do better than people following a diet, at least closer to what you're recommending in the case of omnivorous diets, more meat and dairy and whatnot. So that's ultimately.
I don't agree with your premise. I don't agree with that underlying premise.
Well, no.
That, something that we're not biologically designed for is going to be more healthy and it's going to have better health outcomes.
But here's the thing: I provided evidence that swap of red meat from even unprocessed red meat across different populations, different research groups, different study designs, including long-term randomized controlled trials, leads to better outcomes long-term. And
there are other studies that say the opposite.
But hold on. I'm happy to address all of those too. But what is the fundamental issue? Like, surely you're familiar with the Nurses' Health Study or Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. What are the inherent issues with that? Or better yet, what are the inherent issues with the Lyon Diet Heart Study, long-term RCT? Can you point out specific issues with either of those? Like methods.
That's not really the point. The point is that there's countervailing arguments and there's countervailing evidence.
There's countervailing evidence for smoking too.
None of these studies are perfect.
No, I'm not saying they are.
I'm not have flaws.
I'm wondering, I want to know what those flaws are, because here's the thing. Those flaws need to ultimately apply to the studies I'm providing, but not to the studies that you're providing in order to demonstrate that your studies are better.
See, the thing is that I haven't said that ever.
No, I know. I'm not saying
actually despairingly towards the studies on my side as well.
I'm not
saying they're not perfect. They're not good. And so that's why I said we shouldn't be looking at those studies. We should be going to first principles. What are we biologically designed to eat?
But see, I'm arguing. So again, we're going back to. You just acknowledged that what you care about are the outcomes, right? You said that is the be-all, end-all based on that hypothetical. That's what I care about too. I care about the people dying every day from cardiovascular disease, cancer, and so on. I don't care whether or not we have an adaptation to extract nutrition from a given food, right? I care about, at the end of the day, is this going to help people prevent, falling on their face from a heart attack? That's what I care about. And I've provided evidence showing that swap from red meat to plant protein is a beneficial one, and I haven't seen any argument against the data I've provided. That's what I want to know. Is there any flaw? Like, I've seen you say, and I can pull up the exact timestamp if you want, but I've seen you say you have to look at the methods of these studies to critique them. And if you want, I will pull that up. It's totally up to you.
I know what I said.
Yeah. So I'm asking you just to do that, right? To just critique methodologically. Surely you're familiar with, like I said, the Nurses' Health Professionals Follow-Up. Surely you're familiar with Lyon Diet Heart, some of the most famous nutrition studies we have out there. So what are the issues with at least those? I'm not expecting you to go into everything I've presented.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't prepare for that. I haven't gone through those at the moment, so I couldn't give you a robust description of that. The thing is, we're disagreeing on the premise here.
No,
you're talking about a false premise. You're saying that
I'm not. See, that's
things,
No, I'm not. You're assuming that the adaptations lead to the outcome, but we've already established what you care about is the outcome. I also do. I don't agree that the adaptation leads to the outcome, and I'm providing counter evidence.
Why is that? What is your biological premise for that?
Because the health outcome data clearly shows us that this approach is better long term.
But there's plenty of other health outcome data that shows the opposite.
And in fact, I just want to point out something really quick here. If we go to this, because this is your lecture, right? So this is your lecture from Plants Are Trying to Kill You. If we go down to the references, we see, there's like podcasts, there's some YouTube videos and stuff, but here you say fiber causes colon disease. But when we open it up, it's a cross-sectional study of 2,000 people. Like, why are you using that sort of terminology for really low-quality observational research when you're discounting some of the, the Nurses' Health Professionals Follow-Up, long-term RCTs, without actually providing a critique?
So, I'm using loose language. I can certainly change that because you're
Yeah,
right. I would cause it in the study.
Okay, I think
But,
that's a good
that
idea.
doesn't really change the fact that there was, 2,000 people that found that the only correlation between diverticulosis was increased levels of diverticulosis was increased fiber intake and increased bowel motions per week.
And it was cross-sectional, right? So it was a snapshot in time. It could be the case that people eating more fiber, people with diverticulosis were eating more fiber to try to treat that. In fact, we have a meta-analysis of prospective cohort studies where you look at fiber intake pre-diverticulosis, and fiber intake actually lowers risk of developing it. So that would be stronger evidence.
Yeah.
I
don't know why they would go on. I don't know why they would go
because
on
it's a common recommendation.
A high fiber diet.
It's a common recommendation.
No, it's actually not. It's actually the exact opposite. When I was doing general surgery, the recommendation was to go on a low residue diet.
For diverticulitis or for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's, yes. For diverticulosis.
And to protect.
That's not true.
They said stay away from seeds and fiber.
Well,
I'm just telling you from my practice in my hospital. That is absolutely the recommendation.
But just going back to the whole point of that, it's like you're citing observational. You're claiming. You're correcting yourself. You wouldn't call it causal. That's great. But I still have not heard a critique for any of the data I've presented, and it's these are very popular. Surely you come across them all the time. You cited the UK Biobank, which actually showed a reduction in all-cause mortality with higher vegetable intake, despite claiming it was no effect. I mean, you were talking about cardiovascular.
No, I didn't.
Kind of. Well, you said no effect on cardiovascular disease, which was sure, but it's just weird to cite that, but not the all-cause mortality result. But at the end of the day, I have not heard a critique, and that's. Well, but what I need to hear ultimately is a critique for any of the research I've presented.
I told you, if you want to do a critique sometime, we can go through it. I'm not prepared to do a critique at this point in time. I didn't receive your studies or anything like that. I couldn't go through them, and so I don't have a critique.
Yeah, and that was obviously Lauren was away, so that explains that.
Yeah,
but
that's
anyways,
fine. But the thing is that you're asking me to do something that I'm not prepared for, and so obviously that's not something that I can do in a well-reasoned way. The point is that there are other studies. There are studies that go counter to what you're saying. There are studies that suggest that that vegetarians are even less healthy and have a low quality life than meat eaters. There's a study with 100.
Can you cite one, please?
No? Yeah.
Can I ask you guys both a question as well?
Yeah,
that I'm genuinely just curious about.
Yeah.
Dr. Nagra, have you ever tried a carnivore-based diet?
No.
Dr. Chaffee,
I mean, I've eaten a meat-heavy diet, but no, I haven't eaten a carnivore diet specifically.
Okay. And Dr. Chaffee, have you ever tried a vegan-based diet?
I was eating mostly plants before I went carnivore. Yeah, and whole food plants like a lot of spinach and kale and broccoli. Never eat processed foods or sugars or carbs ever. Never ate any of that sort of stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Did you have a lot of meat? Like, I don't know, 100% of your diet?
No, not much. No, I limited it. So when I was in Bangladesh doing humanitarian work, it really just wasn't available. There wasn't really much food available, and so I ate what was available. And then when I got back, I was mostly plant-based, just eating predominantly greens like spinach and kale and broccoli. And I would eat some meat, very lean meat, and low amounts of it. And I was doing that for a couple months, didn't feel great at all. And then when I switched and got rid of the plants and started eating more meat and more fatty meat, my health radically changed. And so that's when I got interested in this and started looking more in depth to that. But I've never eaten a processed food diet ever. I was a professional athlete for a number of years. I was always very careful about what went in my body, and that's what I see as well. You certainly see the people going from a processed food diet to this and improving, but you also see people that have been long-term vegans for a while, short or long-term, and having serious health detriment. There's like something like 84% of vegans and vegetarians.
That's not true. That's actually not. No, that's based on Fuanalytics.
Maybe you can.
Yeah.
Well, so that. Let me finish my thought.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
You can go on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But and that's fine because the thing is that I haven't really crunched those statistics. Those are just statistics that I've seen.
It's cited often.
So I'm not. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing. It's just. But either way, there was that statistic that says 84%. Was a survey based, and they said basically asked what your main reason for quitting a vegan vegetarian diet was, and the most common response was their health had suffered.
That's not
and
true
so
either.
that was in that study.
In the Faunalytics, it was not.
Survey?
No, it was not in
Okay.
yeah. So it
fair
was
enough.
actually
Yeah, so that's fine.
Go ahead.
But
Yeah,
either way, what I'm seeing is not a bunch of people leaving a processed food diet and improving. I'm certainly seeing that, but I'm also seeing people leaving a whole food plant-based diet and improving when they start adding back in meat. Not even if they go full carnivore, but just adding back in meat significantly helps their health, especially with autoimmune issues. Those can be dramatically improved by getting rid of anything except meat. And I've seen people with Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, MS, SLE, put these things into remission. Hashimoto's, I have dozens of Hashimoto's patients. They all improve going on a meat-only diet, and a lot of them were plant-based. And so I don't think that it's just getting away from processed foods. There is a benefit to eating meat, and seemingly from reducing other things. And we can get into that when we talk about the whole, plants are trying to kill you thing. But you were going to say.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, we can look at anecdotes on either side. I mean, we see Paul Saladino started introducing plants after he didn't feel so good. Frank Tufano's off the carnivore diet and disparages the carnivore diet at this point. We have the carnivore kid. He had a scan, found out he had, a lot of coronary artery blockage. I can't remember the exact percentage. You look at, for anybody watching this, go to Carnivore Cringe on Instagram and just look through all the posts of people struggling on the carnivore diet. Anecdotes are unreliable. We can point in any direction we want. We can look at Mark Hubb, the researcher from Kansas State University, went on the Twinkie diet. It was Twinkie and sweets, basically, like 80% of his diet. Lost weight, improved biomarkers, felt better. Of course, weight loss is going to help. And it's an elimination diet, just like a carnivore diet could be as well, and just like a plant-based diet could be as well, in either direction. These anecdotes don't tell us a lot. You can't control for other variables. You can't adjust for them properly. That's why looking at prospective cohorts that are well adjusted, like a couple that I've mentioned so far, are beneficial. Now, I do want to just mention, you said you were bringing up a study about vegetarians doing worse. I was wondering if you can bring that up.
Yep.
Or send it in the chat. Maybe I can pop it open on my end too. Actually, another anecdote that's always a funny one is Freddie Blum was like the oldest person in the world. He actually died a few years ago at like 120 or something, but he smoked every day. It's like, you can find anecdotes for anything. So just, not super reliable and don't really tell us much about how they would have been without it.
I'm not talking about individual anecdotes. I'm talking about hundreds of my patients and thousands of people.
I mean, I could say the same thing, right?
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
That you can improve your health in other ways. I'm not saying the only way is a carnivore diet, but I do think that meat is a very important part of a healthy diet. First and foremost, because you're getting adequate nutrition and you're not reliant on supplements, but also because you're eliminating out because you're eating that, you're getting in calories that are sort of working out other things that maybe aren't so good for you. You're getting very bioavailable protein in perfect proportions, right? So egg is considered a perfect protein because it has all the aminos you need in the right proportions, and that's also very important. And you're also getting fatty acids, which are important. We have essential fatty acids that you have to get that are very difficult to
like
get.
Alpha linolenic and linoleic.
Yeah, well, so ALA, I know in Simon Hill's book, he talks about how you can convert ALA into DHA and EPA, but there are plenty of people like Professor Robert Lustig who says, no, you actually can't do that. And so I mean, that's not something I'm wholly versed in, but I'm just to say that there are disagreements in the literature that none of this is like, well, this is the definitive.
Yeah, I don't think we have the perfect study on EPA DHA. I will grant that. I don't think we have the perfect study on EPA DHA, at least in populations that don't consume them yet. But while you're popping that study up, maybe if I just mention K2 and vitamin A quick, because you'd mentioned those. So yeah, for vitamin K2, are you familiar with the different types, MK7, MK4?
No, not particularly.
Okay,
no.
okay. So MK7 is, so we produce both of these in our body. We convert K1, also the microbes in our gut produce some. So MK4 is the predominant type in animal foods, in meat, in cheeses, and whatnot. And we actually don't absorb it at dietary doses. So let's pop this open here. So at the types of doses we use in our diet, or that we would get in our diet, even consuming a fair amount, we have the MK4 at 420 micrograms, we have MK7 at 420 micrograms. The MK4 that is present in food does not contribute to vitamin K status. It didn't actually increase blood levels. And in order to absorb it, we need very, very high doses that are achieved pretty much exclusively through supplementation. MK7, on the other hand, is the type we find in natto, which is fermented soy, and we can actually absorb it from there. Now, it's not an essential nutrient because we do convert K1. Like I said, the microbes in our gut produce some K2 as well. But this idea that we're getting K2 from meat just doesn't follow because we don't even absorb it at those doses. Now, on top of that, just talking about vitamin A really quick. So we look at the conversion of beta carotene to vitamin A. It's just taking a minute to load. We find that, where is it? There's a good figure in here that breaks them all down. Jesus, I don't know why it's so slow. It's slow because I got like a million things running right now, probably. Okay, so if we look at like fruits, green vegetables, let's take sweet potatoes. They're kind of right in the middle. In fact, I will take the most conservative estimate of a 13-to-1 conversion ratio. The conversion can range from about 1 to, I think it's 3 or so, to like a 1 to 27 roughly. But if we do the it'd be a 3 to 1 to like a 27 to 1. If we go with a 13-to-1 ratio, if you have 60% impairment, so most people who have impaired vitamin A synthesis or beta carotene conversion, they have about a 55 to 70% impairment of conversion. To make enough vitamin A, all you'd have to do, if you had 60% impairment, let's say, is to eat literally 1 cup of mashed sweet potatoes in a day. Forget about all the other food you ate, and you've got enough vitamin A. If you had 80%, 70%, being extra generous, we're talking about, it was 80%. Sorry, I did the math a little while ago. If you had 80% conversion or impairment of conversion, you're talking about 2 cups of sweet potatoes in a day to meet your needs. It's nothing. It's so easy. And this goes back to the data I showed earlier, looking at actual tissue levels and deficiency rates of these nutrients. We don't see higher rates of vitamin A deficiency amongst vegans. And if there was this crazy issue with us converting enough carotenoids, surely we would see huge deficiency rates, but we don't. So it just doesn't make any sense to make that claim. So K2
aren't those things looking at supplementation as well?
No, so
in those things you're talking about, that when everyone had a pretty adequate nutritional status, those were all in people that were supplementing.
For
that
B12,
was your point.
For like B12 and fortified foods through B12, sure.
So, but did that study only look at supplementation with B12 and then no other supplements?
No, that particular study didn't. However, even if we look at people who have impairment, and I'll pull up another study if we want to go through it, where people actually have impairment and they're consuming vitamin A from various food sources, plant food sources with very little preformed, when they're consuming beta carotene with very little preformed vitamin A, we see that it actually improves their vitamin A status. And I'm not aware of any evidence of vitamin A deficiency amongst vegans, or at a higher rate at least than we see in omnivorous populations. Unless you have, I'd like to see that, but I'm still obviously waiting for that other study you had mentioned as well.
Yeah, but in those cases, you're looking at vegetarian, vegan populations that are not supplementing and they have normal vitamin A. Is that what you're saying?
No, so I'm looking at vegans and vegetarians in the general population. Vitamin A supplementation rates generally aren't super high, but I'm not aware of any studies on vegan or vegetarian populations being vitamin A deficient regardless. Mm-hmm. And this goes back to we can look at we can look back
that's
at
fine. I don't know of any specific ones to that degree as well. It's just pointing out that retinol doesn't exist in plants, and some people are hyper-responders.
Yeah, and even in that case, right? Like I said, a cup of sweet potatoes for a 70% impairment to 2 cups for a 80% impairment. No problem.
The problem is that many of these plant-based foods, they're all fortified with vitamin A and vitamin D and all of these things as well. So it's hard to say if you're looking at a general population.
We have
most
trials.
People are eating fortified foods.
No. We have studies of actually feeding beta carotene and improving status. We have studies in like children in India, for example. Yeah, and you feed beta carotene and they improve their vitamin A status. So.
I don't doubt for a second that you can do that. I'm just saying that, when you get people and, that are hypo responders, that are hypo metabolizers of it, that they can run into problems. I'm not saying you can't get vitamin A.
If you're eating
from
carotene, basically, like if you're eating little to no beta carotene, like I said, it doesn't take much. If you exclude the rest of the diet, a cup of sweet potatoes in someone with 60% impairment, 2 cups in someone with 80% impairment, those are like 80%, especially, is beyond even what typically people who can't synthesize vitamin A you would see. Normally it's around the 55 to 70% mark, and so it really doesn't take much. That's the problem. Is that so unless just a question.
In Western countries.
Well,
and,
sure.
And, when we're in Western countries and we know that, we read a book, but if someone's in India or they're in a rural area, they don't know that, and they don't necessarily have access to sweet potatoes. That might be a bit more of an issue.
There's other plant foods too, right? It's not just sweet potatoes, and I'm not talking about that, right? I'm talking about people who are going to be watching this podcast, presumably more in Canada, U.S., Australia, etc. For them, it's just not a problem, unless you're eating an incredibly restrictive diet, which obviously I would never advocate.
I'll just agree with you there. I totally agree with you.
Okay.
My point in saying that was just that I was just pointing out there are other nutritional deficiencies and other sort of problems, and you're pointing out that vitamin A probably isn't one of them. Fine.
Yeah, neither is K2. I would say. Neither is K2, especially if you're. Okay. Well, no. Again, do you have evidence of absorption at dietary doses of K2 from animal foods?
Let's do this really
there are
quick,
studies in nutritional dentistry that have pointed out specifically that dentition is severely affected by a lack of dietary K2.
And they adjust for other factors versus just the foods that K2 are found in, So I mean, again, I just like to see that. If you can show. I mean, we're still waiting for that.
I want to zoom out.
Here's the thing:
I want to zoom out really quickly because people that are listening to this, they don't know the specific nuances that y'all know. Of the specific details of each little thing. They don't know. And frankly, they're not going to know. They're not going to know, and that's just the realistic approach. So it sounds, there's a lot of little things in there that are relevant. They're so relevant, that there is a space for them to be discussed. But ultimately, it kind of sounds like the general kind of layout of this is that, Dr. Chaffee, you think that if a diet that somebody needs to eat needs to be supplemented, let's say with B12 or something else, how could that be correct? And what you're asserting, Dr. Nagra, is that it doesn't actually necessarily need to be supplemented very much. It's really all pretty much there, and you can find it.
No, I want to clarify. That's not what I'm saying. I think there are certain nutrients like B12, for example, depending on where you live. Vitamin D, I live in Canada. Of course, we don't get a lot of sunshine. Right. I think everyone here should probably be taking that. I mean, really. It was sunny the last couple days, but basically, there are certain nutrients, I think, stretching into K2, vitamin A, I don't think there's any good evidence for that, and carnitine as well, non-essential, and supplementation's actually been shown to lead to some carotid stenosis. People with genetically higher L-carnitine tend to have higher risk of cardiovascular disease as well, based on some Mendelian randomization, so like looking at genetic levels. So I'd be concerned about supplementing with L-carnitine. But anyways, the point that I was making is that whether or not you need supplementation doesn't have a bearing on whether or not a diet is necessarily healthy. And what I care about are health outcomes. Is it going to lead to a heart attack? Is it going to lead to a stroke, cancer, etc.? It seemed like when we did the hypothetical, eventually we got agreement on that topic, the outcomes mattering the most. I think there are certain supplements that are needed, and I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, so I want to move on to the next question. I want to ask you guys both a follow-up question on that because I don't understand.
Okay.
And I want to understand.
Go ahead.
I don't see how a diet could exist if it doesn't have the nutrients necessary for one to get to a healthy life. If you need supplements, then you can't live, meaning you can't avoid cardiovascular disease, you can't avoid cancer, and so on and so forth. So my confusion with that is not to disagree with you. It's genuinely that from my position, and I think from a lot of people who eat a carnivore-based lifestyle, the question is, well, if it needs supplements, and you don't have access to supplements, then you'll die. So this concept of having a healthier life doesn't matter because you're not living.
So I mean, I think it's just worded a bit awkwardly, but I'll try to address that. So in a context where you have no access to supplementation or what have you, or fortified foods, like might be the case in some impoverished areas, Yeah, I think that is problematic. I think in those cases, including some animal foods may actually be better insofar that it provides you with certain nutrients that you might not get otherwise, like B12. However, in a context where that is available to you, you're able to have fortified foods like I'm just assuming a lot of, at least my fan base, so to speak, who would be watching this largely in the U.S. and Canada, that they would have access to that. They'd be able to consume fortified foods. And when we look on a population level of people consuming these diets, whether that's with fortified foods or supplementation, we see that they do just fine as far as supplements, or as far as nutrient status, rather. So I don't see why that matters. In fact, even Anthony had agreed earlier that some people may need to supplement folate, for example, or at least worry about their intake and focus on specific foods for that if they have MTHFR variation or something, right? Like so there are cases on either side where that is something to be concerned about, but I don't see how that has bearing on health outcomes provided that you have access to it. Like B12, look, I pay $14 a year for my supplement. It's the once weekly high dose. Easy. It really doesn't have to be that much.
It's interesting that, I guess the question I would have, Dr. Nagra, is do you feel that based off of what you just expressed, is the diet that you're eating a vegan diet for those that are of the means, or is it for all of humanity? You know what I mean? Like, is it for everyone, or is it for those that have the means?
I don't think any diet is necessarily I don't think every carnivore diet is for everyone either. I mean, there are people who live in places that literally rely on more plant foods and what they could grow locally. There's populations, I think I've seen you, Anthony, mention this, people in, Papua New Guinea who live on sweet potatoes largely, or, so yeah. I don't think you can say that about any diet.
And do very well.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing is I don't think you can say that, but that's not necessarily who we're reaching here, right? I try to speak to those who we are reaching, those who have the choice. I think there's a major issue with the food system in that there are food deserts. There are issues with pricing of generally healthier foods, and I would throw these plant foods as well as some animal products into that ballpark over things like Oreo cookies and sugar sweetened beverages. And so there needs to be a food system shift to help subsidize healthier foods. Of course, my position on that would be more of the like fruits and veggies and whatnot. We might have disagreements there, but I think that we would hopefully agree that there needs to be a larger shift at a higher level than just telling people what to eat, because not everybody has the means to do either of what we're recommending here. Yeah. And hopefully that's a point of common ground. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And look, I don't think that we're Dr. Baker said that he thinks that humans are really facultative carnivores, that we can eat an omnivorous diet, but we do well or better, with more meat. It is very true that people for a long time have done very well and had long, good, healthy lives eating a mixed diet, and that's fine, especially in areas that you don't have access to these other sort of things. I mean, that's really what is thought, that we did start switching over to plant foods, post-agricultural revolution, or because during the agricultural revolution, is because megafauna died out for one reason or another, and we didn't really have access to these things. Some places did, like the Native Americans in North America. They like the Plains Indians, they just ate buffalo. There's 100 million people that were supported on that sort of lifestyle, hunter-gatherer, but really hunter lifestyle. There was a study too that showed that they were, in the 1800s, they were the largest or tallest population on Earth. And typically, the average height of a population denotes the average health of a population. Now they are not. They have since shrunk down. They are much shorter now, and that's pretty quick. So that's about 150 years, since that changed, and their health has suffered tremendously as well. Now they have gone to the standard processed food, alcohol, sugar sort of diets, and no one here is arguing that that's a good idea. But it is just to say that they ate predominantly meat and did very, very well. There are other places that ate a mixture and did very, very well. There's other places like Papua New Guinea that ate a lot of plants, a lot of these yam, like 60 different kinds of yams. Do very well. And they eliminate, there's commonalities there, and Dr. Kenobi thinks that that's the commonality there, is that they've reduced their omega-6 down to 1% to 2%, and all these different populations that are all doing pretty well, very lean and healthy and low rates of disease, they all have that 1 to 2% omega-6 ratio. So, it's an interesting theory, but there is commonality here, in a lot of diets. The reason that I made the video, and this may be a good segue onto this, and might for time's sake maybe do this part and touch on some other things if you guys want, but really just go on the reason I did the video "Plants Are Trying to Kill You," and the reason I called it that was to call attention. It's a funny anecdote of when I was in but it's also just a funny anecdote from when I was in college, and it's something that resonated with me. I've said before, I don't think that plants have something out against us and they want to get us. It's just that they are living organisms and they have to defend themselves, and they want to defend themselves, and they will defend themselves, and that we can eat plants. But being told that you can indiscriminately just eat a lot of plants, I think that's dangerous, and that's why I made the point with the WHO study or paper or article, but so many others that these things do exist. And if you don't pay attention to them, you can run into problems. And I've got a number of different studies to illustrate that. One of your critiques with Simon was that I ignored the fact that the WHO said, well, with a well-balanced, well-established diet, that you don't really see these things in dangerous numbers. But it goes on to say, if you don't do that, if these things get out of balance, you can go to the hospital or die. And so, I wasn't ignoring that. I was pointing out that these things exist, and you can't just ignore them. You can't just say, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. If I buy it at the grocery store, it's okay. Because it's not necessarily. And like I said earlier, there are traditional methods of cooking and preparing these foods that detoxify them, which again illustrates the point that we're not designed to eat them because we don't have the inherent capacity to detoxify them and extract their nutrients. But if people are unaware of that, let's take the case of kidney beans. I have a number of different studies I can pull up on this, showing that in different areas, dozens or hundreds of people over a certain period of time, when they didn't cook or prepare red kidney beans properly, like in the UK, they were hospitalized. They had severe issues. There was a case a time in Japan where they had there was like some recipe on television or something like that on how to cook some like white beans or something like that. It was incorrect, and about 1,000 people went to the hospital because they didn't prepare these things properly. It's not to say that you can't have a plant-based diet or include plants in your diet and be healthy relatively. It's that if you just indiscriminately just say, can't possibly hurt us in these numbers, and so I'll just eat whatever plants I want, I think that you're rolling the dice there, and I think that you can end up creating harm, and that you can hurt yourself. The idea that plants are.
I want to chime in on that too, not to interrupt you, but just to catch the listeners up. We're now at the question of, are plants trying to kill you? Is this something? Are they actually trying to attack us? So please continue. I just wanted to make sure everybody was on.
Yeah, I figured we're already there. Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's just to illustrate the premise that plants do defend themselves by chemical means. And this is, the idea of inedible plants. We know this can really cause harm, but that doesn't mean that these other plants are completely benign, because those plants to other animals are not benign. They can harm them quite significantly. This is why you have to be careful about the different sorts of plant-sourced foods that your dog or cat would get its hands on, because they can get very sick from that as well, because they don't have the ability to detoxify these things as well as we do. So that was why I did that, was just to point that out. I wasn't trying to say anything more than that. I was just trying to say, look, there are these toxins that exist. We know this in animal husbandry. You have an animal that eats certain things, they get very harmed by this, and there are multiple resources showing that. I can go through some if you want. I can also.
I'm assuming the WHO and the New Zealand, like those.
WHO, but many others as well. Let me see here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go through some of the ones because we wanted to you wanted to see some of the ones that I was referencing, so I want to bring those up as well.
Yeah, if they're the ones that are linked on your video, I've seen them, but up to you.
Should we do
No,
this
no,
quick
no, no.
where
Just
you made
differently.
your position about the plants, and then maybe Dr. Nagler, you share your position on that, and then we go back to what you wanted to share, Dr. Chaffee?
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm just going to share the whole screen here. You can see this now. So this was something published in the International Journal of General Medicine. It was a study out of Australia. They looked at 175 different populations, countries, and territories, accounting for around 90% of the world, and it found that correcting for socioeconomic factors, that meat was a positive factor on life expectancy. So that was a positive. Just showing here, there's this sort of headline. I'll show you the study. Vegetarians are less healthy and have lower quality of life than meat eaters. This was a cross-sectional analysis of 1,300 people looking at 4 different dietary regimes, and they found that our results revealed that vegetarian diet is related to lower BMI and less frequent alcohol consumption. Moreover, our results showed that a vegetarian diet is associated with poorer health, higher incidence of cancer, allergies, and mental health disorders, a higher need for healthcare, and poorer quality of life. So that's just to again, no, there are no perfect studies. That is just to illustrate the fact that there is contention in the literature as well. I'll try and bring up the.
So this is a lot to address. Can I and then we can go back and forth on this after?
The thing was, I was just trying to, because we had talked about it before. All I wanted to do was just show you that those existed.
Because I do want to respond to these two, but I want to respond to the plant toxin topic as well.
I wanted to chime in on this really quick too, because this is something that just to me is sort of one of the bigger questions in my mind. Kind of like what you were saying, Shawn, with like the personal experiences that everybody has of just feeling better. The reason I eat mostly meat now, I never used to ever. Like I actually used to have an eating disorder when I was younger. So I didn't eat much of a lot of things, honestly. But when I started to eat more meat, I felt full. I've looked better. I had more energy. I was, I don't know how to explain it. I was all around better in every way. And so that's what got me going into getting more interested in this lifestyle. And then I started learning about it and understanding it. And then I started seeing that other people were feeling better. And anyways, I cured an eating disorder with this lifestyle. And I tried everything prior to that. Now, granted, I was having a lot of processed foods too. So I hadn't removed those before going to this carnivore lifestyle. But my question is, why isn't there more interest from the plant-based community in this carnivore lifestyle or an animal-based lifestyle? If it's working for people and if it's helping them, why isn't there more curiosity as to why? Because like we have science, we have studies, we have all these things, but it's not, a lot of things aren't working. Like our heart disease is like skyrocketed, right? So to me, it's confusing because it's like, why do we get so stuck on ideologies? And why why isn't this kind of a conversation happening more often? Do you know what I mean? So does it at all are you curious about why this might be working for so many people? And also, sorry, by the way, can you just don't click the little, pen if you would. Yeah, I was just picking up on the thing. I was doing it too.
Yeah.
Okay, so a few things. Why isn't it curious? I mean, a lot of people are plant-based, not for their health, right? So those people are not going to be curious no matter what you show. This is an ethical decision for them, and that's not an interest. The other thing is you can't throw away data. I mean, we've got a lot of studies. I mean, I've got a whole table here if you want me to start going through studies that associate meat with heart disease, especially, of all things. Now, unprocessed meat does a lot better than processed meat. So we could get, Shawn brought this up earlier, and it's going to be true on a plant-based diet too. There's a healthy meat, healthier meat, and there's a healthier plant-based diet. But there is a clear, in multiple studies, showing long-term consumption of meat is associated with our number one killer, heart disease. And this is in multiple different cohorts in multiple different parts of the world. Whether you're looking at EPIC, whether you're looking at Venice, whether you're looking at Shanghai, whether you're looking, I mean, there's so many different studies. I've got books and things on it. So there's definitely a correlation. I don't think you could throw that away. And I think feeling better is not necessarily the answer. So you could feel better and yet still be sick. I mean, there have been some and we've seen it on both plant and animal side, but we've seen some very famous people, Charles Poliquin, people like this that are like big, muscular, six-pack abs, drop dead of heart disease. All right. And so I don't know that you could necessarily say I feel better means I am better. You could feel better just because you're not eating as much junk food. You take anybody on a standard American diet, I don't care what you do. You put them on a meat-based diet, you could put them on a vegan diet, they're going to feel.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I think it's
Completely.
dangerous to use Charles Poliquin or what was the guy, Bob, the Biggest Loser guy. I mean, because, I mean, for every one of those headline grabbing, anomalous, lean guys that has a heart attack, there's 5,000 couch potatoes with a big belly. I mean, the cath labs are not lined up with lean guys with abs getting stents. I mean, we know it's all what we're seeing there. So I mean, it's just like I could say somebody smoked
It's anecdotal.
and lived to 100. I mean, great.
Yeah.
There's people that do that. So to me, that's not, I mean, I think generally people that are generally healthy are generally healthy and they feel good. They look good. They perform well. They don't have aches and pains. They're not depressed. I think that is a general sign of health. And to say that, well, there's this one guy that was lean that had a heart attack is, I mean, I think that's not really particularly helpful in my view. But I think that, yeah.
I don't disagree, but I think that there are
Sure,
subclinical markers that we need to look at that may tell us something about the future. It's interesting to me with LDL cholesterol and inflammation. Inflammation is kind of interesting to me because inflammation is all over the place, right? But we do know that there is this idea of inflammatory aging or inflammaging, as they're talking about it now. And this is the kind of thing that's going to affect you later in life, but you might not feel it at this very moment. I was looking at a study of Ludwig's, which was another one. So Ludwig is a smart guy, right? But he is probably the head keto expert at this point. And he does this study. This was in 2016, done with Evolutionary. And they were looking at increases in protein and changes in resting metabolic rate. And they happened to measure C-reactive protein, and it went up in the low protein group. So did urinary cortisol. All right, so these people are definitely under inflammation. They're in their low protein group. And interestingly, in every study he's done since then, they don't measure C-reactive protein or urinary cortisol. Was that just a Barrett finding? That aside, because there's other studies showing increases in C-reactive protein. But my question would then be, were those people feeling bad? And the answer is no, those people weren't feeling bad. They were feeling fine. They didn't know that they had an elevated urinary cortisol. They didn't know that their C-reactive protein was higher. They thought they were doing fantastic and they had an increase in their resting metabolic rate. So it's these kind of subclinical things that
as you mentioned, C-reactive protein is a non-specific acute phase reactant, and it, a lot of things can drive it up. I mean, in my experience, when I see people on a carnivore diet, initially their C-reactive protein will go up in many cases, but by 2-3 months, it's no longer elevated. And so I think it's just stressful to change diets. I mean, it doesn't matter what diet you go on in many cases. It is a stress on the system. A lot of people are. I mean, we know there is a phase where, you go from high carbohydrate to primarily fat base. There's enzymatic upregulation that has to occur. There's cell types that populate the gut that change. Those things take weeks to do. And so some of these studies where we're looking at, particularly these short-term studies, which I am also not a fan of, you do like the Netflix twin study. I mean, it was 8 weeks. I mean, that's not long enough to make any real, sort of clinical outcome measures. I mean, we're measuring a couple biomarkers, which may or may not mean what we think they mean. So I agree with you about the need for long-term studies. Again, they're expensive. They are hard to get anybody to volunteer. The best study in the world we could do is lock twins up in a metabolic ward for 50 years. That's never going to happen. I mean, that's something that we can't do. Right. So we're kind of stuck with these sort of inferior studies. I think the whole field of nutrition is limited. It's not a pure science. We can't just, like an animal, at least with an animal study, you can cut them open and kill them and cut them open and look what's going on. We can't ethically do that with human beings. We can't leave them locked in cages for their whole lifespan. So we have some real problems with that. What is that, a correlation between red meat consumption and diabetes rates?
Yeah, so I'm quoting Nina Teicholz.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
there's a bunch of studies like that.
yeah,
Okay,
that
Okay,
study,
well,
I mean, yeah, I mean, to me, I look at that and, it's correlation doesn't equal causation. We'll see that argument. To me, it's hard to make the argument that red meat is driving diabetes when you see stuff like that. I mean, it's, to me, I'm like, well, why don't they at least somewhat go in the right direction? I mean, it's kind of negative correlation. Again, that's not perfect, but probably negative correlation is probably more powerful than positive correlation. It's not perfect.
So the way I look at this imperfect world is to try to do several things. If I'm going to look at studies, typically I want to look at a meta-analysis. More specifically, not even a meta-analysis, it's a systematic review. Because with a systematic review, I could look at a forest plot and I can see if there's heterogeneity. So if I'm looking at a variable and I'm looking at a forest plot and there's one outlier, but most of them are saying one issue. Okay, I could say that there's probably some belief in that. Whereas if it's all over the place and the heterogeneity is huge, I'm saying, okay, maybe there isn't a correlation. But what I usually I'll look at an issue. We could take diabetes. So why would red meat cause diabetes? And there's really strong correlative data here. But we could say correlation isn't causation. But there's pretty strong correlation. So we got to start looking at, well, the next thing we got to do is look at mechanistic studies. What's the mechanism? And so the mechanism is that we are basically designed to eat carbs, right? We've got amylase in our saliva. Every cell in our body has insulin receptors and carb receptors, and the carb gets introduced into the cell and is processed for energy. Every cell in our body does that. What happens when you overfeed someone carbs? Do they become fat? No. De novo lipogenesis is very low. Our body's able to process those carbs or store them as glycogen. Again, these are all mechanistic studies. What happens if you introduce saturated fat into the equation? In other words, I could do a trial. I could make someone insulin resistant in minutes by hooking them up to an IV and injecting saturated fat. In fact, that's what we're about to use in a study I'm doing to create an insulin resistant model. Or more specifically, Kevin Hall did a ward study where he used the patients as their own control and did crossover, and he fed them either a low carb, high fat diet or a plant-based high carb diet. On the high carb diet, they became more insulin sensitive. On the low carb diet, they actually failed their oral glucose tolerance test. And why is that? Because saturated fat interferes with the production of the GLUT4 receptor, which is the insulin receptor that allows sugar to get into the cell. This is all mechanistic. So you could say, this is mechanistic, this is nonsense. But then what if we look at a long-term population study? And long-term population studies show that populations that start eating more saturated fat tend to get more diabetes. And then when we start looking at multivariate regression analysis and even meta-regression studies, we see an even stronger correlation. And so we've got a mechanism and we've got these large population studies. And that's when I start to put more weight into a situation. It's not just one study. It's this conglomeration.
Yeah, let me just comment on a couple of those things. So the one, the study you're going to do where you inject saturated fat into people's blood and they become insulin resistant, that is known. I mean, that happens. We know that when there's more circulating saturated fat in the blood, particularly palmitic acid, that leads to ceramide accumulation, which interferes with the insulin receptor and makes it less effective. However, the interesting thing is, and Jeff Volek showed this in, I think, a study I sent you, that dietary saturated fat does not necessarily mean blood saturated fat, because that palmitic acid that's circulating in the blood is often as a consequence of de novo lipogenesis coming from the liver. So the liver gets the first shot at the food, right? Whether it's carbs or fat, it goes through the portal circulation, which is a gastroenteral, a GI surgeon. I'm sure you're very familiar with that. And so the liver rearranges these molecules and spits them out into the blood. So overconsumption, I will argue that overconsumption of fat or carbohydrates or fructose can lead to, de novo lipogenesis, which then downstream. So if you just inject fat into the blood or saturated fat in the blood, that isn't how it works in the real world. I mean, I don't consume, unless I'm on TPN, I don't consume my food through my veins, right? Or, and so I mean, it's kind of missing a crucial step of what the liver's doing with what we're ingesting. And then the other study, the Kevin Hall study, the metabolic ward study, where they compared a low-fat plant-based diet and animal-based high-fat diet. and the low-fat people gain less weight, and they consume a reanalysis was just done by Sotomoda and Ludwig and others, and they showed that they completely misinterpreted the data. They failed to account for a crossover effect. The biggest effect on that study was C-peptide. C-peptide had a bigger predictive effect on who gained more weight. The other thing was the diet order. And there is, as I mentioned, that 3 to 4 week period where enzymes are being upregulated there was no washout period. He went directly from one to the other. So they bypassed the washout period, which is a pretty big faux pas. And in fact, Walter Willett actually has said that he thinks perhaps that study should be retracted on camera. So it's kind of an interesting sort of scenario.
So I want to chime in really quick here, Garth.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I don't know if it's
I don't mean to cut you off. Just for the sake of time, why don't we wrap this one up? Leave your last point there in a minute or so, if that's okay, if that's possible, and then we'll move on to the next topic, which I think does.
We've been an hour. We've
really
been an hour on one
foundationally
topic. So,
what's that?
Yeah.
One quick thing, because we're with the IV thing. I don't know if you've heard of the Raceris muffin studies, but we are probably going towards that. So they did a study on muffins. Muffins are kind of interesting because you can make them with polyunsaturated fat, you can make them with monounsaturated fat, or you can make them with saturated fat. Albeit this is not meat, so it's not something that you would necessarily be eating, Shawn, but it is palmitic acid. And what they did show, which is very different than Volek's study, is when you ate a muffin with saturated fat, you did get increased palmitic acid peripherally, and more importantly, there was a huge increase in fat in the liver in the people that were eating more of these. So one group had to eat 3 saturated fat muffins a day, one group 3 monounsaturated fat 3, and that you couldn't tell. It was obviously blinded; they didn't know what they were eating. But there was a very, very strong correlation between peripheral saturated.
Well, I
fat
mean, and again, when we think about beef, for instance, is more monounsaturated fat than it's saturated fat. Most people don't realize that, and so it's this is we're not eating. Yeah, what is? But we're not.
But it's still high in
just
saturated
fat. I mean, this is a problem. This is a study that the Jack study, the state of the art review on saturated fat, and saying that when you're eating whole foods, a steak is just not a bunch of saturated fat. It's monounsaturated fat. It is carnosine and carnitine and choline and all these things that have these, mitigating factors perhaps. And so we can't just. None of us sit down to eat a bowl of saturated fat. No one sits down to eat a bowl of just carbohydrate. I mean, there's all these different things that we have to realize. Foods are different. A muffin with saturated fat is very different to me than an egg. I mean, or whatever, or a piece of steak. So we have to be mindful of where that saturated fat is coming to, how it's presented. A muffin is going to have very different physiologic effects than a steak will. I mean, that's pretty clear.
So like zooming out big picture here, it kind of seems that a lot of what you're saying, Garth, is, we see that a lot of people might be doing better short term with having meat, but the long-term results are yet to be seen. Right. And it looks like so much of the data out there shows that long-term consumption of meat, heavy eating meat, is very problematic for people over time. And it sounds like a lot of what you're saying, Shawn, is there's a lot lacking in terms of what we have for long-term studies with mostly meat diets, because that's just how this has been designed. We have a lot to learn, but there's also so much benefit that comes from eating meat. It's not just, for example, like the saturated fat that could be problematic. There's a lot more to this that's benefiting people. But plants might also be healthy for people.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the guy out there saying that all plants are killing people. I mean, I want to be very clear about that. I know there are people in the carnivore space that say that. That's not me. I say for select individuals, yes, sometimes dialing that stuff back is helpful. And I see it just only because I see it clinically on a daily basis. I see people with Crohn's disease and also colitis. When they cut the fiber out of their diet, they do better. And I can't just unsee that. In fact, there is a case series that Harvard is going to publish on inflammatory bowel disease on a carnivore diet. And they're going to show, and they had, like you said, eating disorder. There's another case series that was published on eating disorders and a carnivore diet. It helps. Yeah. It helps. So again, the question is the long-term stuff. I don't know. I mean, Garth is operating from a position. The Vegan Society was formed in the 1940s. If some guy in England started that, they've got American College of Lifestyle Medicine. They've got the Adventist Health Group. They've got Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine. They've got the Kellogg's Corp. I mean, a lot of money has gone into studying these things. We don't have that yet. The beef industry has not published a single carnivore study. And I'm actually asking those guys because it's hard to get the money for this stuff. So I was out there on Rogan shaming those guys for not studying this stuff because I think it needs to be studied. Whatever the outcome, good or bad, we need to know this stuff, because if I'm going to continue to promote this stuff, I want to have, a more scientific basis. It's starting to happen. You start with case reports, you start with observation, then you do the observational data, then hopefully you do the interventional trials, which we hopefully will have a couple interventional trials on diabetes this year, because I disagree that meat is causing diabetes. I think it actually causes diabetes to go away, and not just masking the symptoms where the blood glucose goes down, but reversal of retinopathy, reversal of nephropathy. These are things I'm seeing clinically. So I'm like, how do I not only have normalization of blood glucose, the reduction of medications, and reductions in high blood pressure, reductions in nephropathy, reductions in retinopathy? How is that occurring if this is causing the disease? It doesn't make sense to me.
So what you guys can see, what I have up right now, this is going to lead into the next question that I have. Again, being clear about my bias, I'm biased toward eating, mostly meat for a healthy lifestyle. So I'm actually asking for your input on this, Garth, for if you have any, just based off seeing this image probably for the first time, maybe. But what we're looking at is just an example of how a lot of people in the carnivore, the animal-based communities, once they find that they feel better, they start to question kind of the studies that are done overall and what the source and the funding for those studies is. This isn't pertaining to a particular study right now, but this is with regard to the American Heart Association. Basically, what we're looking at is the promoters of what it says here of high carb diets funded by corporate interests. So obviously that's got a little bit of a slant to it, but ultimately these are companies who give money to the American Heart Association. Somewhere between 20 to 50% of the American Heart Association's money comes from these companies. What I'm trying to get at here is the food part up there and the healthcare areas are very confusing for people when we're talking about the American Heart Association. And for anybody who doesn't understand, the American Heart Association is the longest standing voluntary organization that helps to provide dietary guidelines and guidelines in general to prevent heart disease. It was established in like the 1950s. I believe it was after President Eisenhower had a heart attack. And I believe at that time, that was when we started promoting, the American Heart Association started promoting Crisco as the better solution for like fat versus animal fat. Up until that point, animal fat was what people consumed in America, majority of the people at least. And so looking at this, we see kind of like where funding is coming from for the American Heart Association. And what's curious about the American Heart Association as an example is they used to say that 300 milligrams a day for cholesterol was like the guiding light. You need to have like no more than 300 milligrams a day. And also that saturated fat was very, very harmful for people. That was kind of why we always had I think it was since the 1980s, 90s, it was like low fat, basically don't eat eggs, all that stuff. Well, interestingly enough, in the last few years, the American Heart Association very quietly kind of like took those off the page, off of their website, but there was no PR statement about that. There was no like, update anywhere. Yet that's up until that point, the guidelines that they were giving the entire country, what's in schools, what's in hospitals was, very low saturated fat, like under 300 milligrams of cholesterol. Those recommendations just very quietly went away. And then you pull up these kinds of companies that are working with them. And so that's to say the people in the animal-based carnivore space are very suspicious of why these studies for plant-based, let's say, or even vegan, who's funding them and how much that matters. The question is the news media bought and owned by plant-based narrative? And if so, is there proof of this? Examples might be
Well, let me just respond to this chart, because I buy meat from Costco and I see they're on there. There's Whole Foods on there, so they do. There's people that supply meat to their. So I'm not like, oh my God, it's all carbs. Honestly, I see the drug companies on it, and a lot of studies are funded by drug companies. They don't open source their data a lot of times. So I'm more concerned about the drug companies than the fact that, Big Broccoli is paying the American Heart Association, to be honest. But yeah, it's a problem. There are conflicts of interest. There are ethical conflicts of interest. There are financial conflicts of interest. I think it's rife throughout, medical research. I think it's rife throughout nutritional research. It is a problem. Do you dismiss completely on face the data? I don't think you can quite do that, but you can at least have a skeptical eye, and you want to see independent, reproducible studies done multiple. And like my view is, if I'm the guy putting out carnivore studies, you'd be correct to suspect that I have a bias there, because I do. I mean, clearly. And I think that, one of the things that we have to, be mindful of is the fact that there are still good researchers that are doing good data. You can look at some of this. I mean, a lot of people point to the NIH because it's supposed to be unbiased. I'm not sure how completely unbiased it is. I will say that Garth can pull up a bunch of studies just because they've been funded. And again, if you've got Adventist Health, they're a multi-billion-dollar organization. You've got, other companies that have said, hey, we think this is the right way we're going to fund the studies. And we know that studies that are funded, 83% of the time, they agree with whoever funds them in a lot of ways. So there is some bias there. I don't think we can ignore that. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, you still have to look at the data. And I don't discount what the data says. I might say, well, they didn't ask the right question, or the group they're studying isn't the group I'm concerned with, right?
Exactly. So, Lauren, there's no, like these groups, so funding American Heart Association isn't funding research, all right? Research, like when I go to do a research study, I've got to get independent research funding. I don't get it from American Heart. You get it from National Institute of Health. So these are NIH grants, or a lot of times you go to private funds, like people create funds, like I'm trying to get a private fund from a private group right now. In any good study, if you look at the study, it'll say funds were provided by, but the group had absolutely no influence whatsoever in design of the article. I think Shawn probably hit on it. When I look at bias, more times I look at the researcher than I do at the actual study of who funded it, because oftentimes us researchers have way more bias from a personal standpoint than the industry going in. If you want to look at money spent towards research, Beef Checkoff.
Do I? Oh, I do.
You know
what
Beef Checkoff
I definitely do. Yeah.
Oh, you do, but I'm just saying, Lauren. So Beef Checkoff is huge. So every meat industry provides money towards basically a beef marketing program, and they actually will fund many studies. Lane Norton, who I think I like Lane Norton a lot. We've argued many times. I think he probably hates me, but he's I think a pretty solid in the middle guy, and just about every study he's ever published has been funded by beef. When you look at the studies that I quote, whether it's Adventist Health, whether it's a Harvard Nurses study, whether it's UK Biobank, whether it's the Global Burden of Disease, none of those have got independent funding. They're all government funded by a variety of researchers that have no interest. They're not vegan, they're not meat eaters. They're just like, what's the answer to this really big question? They're more interested in getting tenure than what the study shows. There's a reason that saturated fat has been argued, and that's because, in fact, there was a huge World Health Consortium recently that looked over the saturated fat data and said, without any slight, even possible retraction, they are doubling down on the fact that saturated fat is related with heart disease, and they're basing it a bunch on metagenetics. Now, do you know what Mendelian randomization is, Lauren? I don't know how
I
well
do,
people
but if you
understand
wouldn't
what
mind
that is.
share, like
There's
really
this
make it simple for everybody.
Yeah, so it's not a simple concept, so it's hard for people to understand. But we say that that saturated fat causes a rise in LDL, and that LDL causes heart disease. Now, there's been this recent thing. In fact, one of Voleg's studies said, now undoubtedly saturated fat is not associated with heart disease. Okay, so even the Cochrane study says saturated fat is associated with heart disease. So how does Voleg say that saturated fat is not associated with heart disease? This is where funding becomes an issue, and this is where bias becomes an issue. Okay, so the biggest study on this ever this started the whole debate, was the Siri-Torino study. Siri-Torino study, I think 2012,
The whole debate over what?
2014,
Sorry.
somewhere around there. And they the debate over whether
see. Okay,
saturated
cool.
fat causes heart disease. Because that's been if you ask any cardiologist, oh yeah, saturated fat, heart disease. And so Siri Torino said, wait a second, let's look at saturated fat and let's look at heart disease. And they did not find an association with saturated fat and heart disease. And this was a meta-analysis. Okay, how is that possible? Well, one simple thing that the average layperson wouldn't understand, but a researcher would understand. And it happens with something called controls. So if you're trying to decide what causes heart disease, you want to take out independent risk factors of heart disease. So for instance, obesity is an independent risk factor for heart disease. So you're not going to have in your group that you're studying really overweight people. So they moved really overweight people. But here's a catch. They took out all the people with high cholesterol. So they controlled for cholesterol. Now that's a problem because saturated fat causes heart disease, not in and of itself, but because it raises cholesterol. So if you're taking out the fact that saturated fat raises cholesterol and you're taking out those people where it raised cholesterol, what you're left with is a genetic group of people that aren't as affected by saturated fat and they don't raise cholesterol. And now you could say saturated fat doesn't cause heart disease. It's called over-adjustment bias. And it is wrought throughout the research. I could easily create a study where I create over-adjustment bias. The other thing I could do is I could create a study where, there's a study called the Women's Health Initiative, and it was a kind of a low-fat versus low-carb type look. And when you look at it, the control group that was supposed to be eating higher fat had something called a Hawthorne bias, or basically a healthy user bias, or they wanted to impress people. So they actually ended up eating less fat. We wanted them to eat a certain amount of fat. They ate less fat. Meanwhile, the group that was supposed to eat less fat, the actual experimental group, didn't drop their fat very much. And so control and experimental group ate almost the same amount of fat. So you can't draw any conclusions from that, and yet they do. The conclusion they draw is the low-fat group didn't have a difference. Do you understand that bias? So there's all kinds of these biases, and really what we need is a randomized controlled trial. But how do we do a randomized controlled trial that lasts a lifetime? Enter metagenetics or Mendelian randomization. What Mendelian randomization says is there's certain people out there that have certain genetic predispositions. And they may have a predisposition, for instance, to have very high LDL. So they are basically randomized into having high LDL. There may be a group that has a genetic predisposition to having very low LDL. And in fact, if you really want to get into the science, we could look at specific receptors that drugs specifically look at. And you should look at the Mendelian randomization consortium. But we could go specifically to receptors. We could say the receptor that PCSK9 is affecting does have a genetic randomization process where some people don't make that receptor, some people do. And what we have found just undoubtedly with Mendelian randomization is that if you have a high cholesterol level, you have a higher rate of heart disease. And Mendelian randomization has driven that home. And it's also driven home the fact that the mechanism of actions, the saturated fat to LDL, is a driver for our number one killer. So Mendelian randomization has been a very strong driver towards keeping saturated fat in the recommendations. Now, the reason they've gone quiet on cholesterol is cholesterol doesn't affect cholesterol very much. So eating cholesterol, we used to think affects cholesterol levels. Now we know it's mainly saturated fat. Now, if I eat an egg, my cholesterol level will go sky high. If Shawn eats an egg, it won't. And that has to do with the fact that it's not a linear progression. So at a certain amount of, there are cholesterol receptors in the gut lining, and you can saturate those. So if you eat a lot of eggs and then you do a study and you give these people 5 more eggs, they're not going to raise their cholesterol very much. And most of the public eats a pretty good amount of cholesterol. But it's a kind of a long-winded way to say there are reasons for the saturated fat, and it's science, it's not industry. This has nothing to do with it. There is no big carb industry. Well, there's a sugar industry that that pays for studies, but there's no big broccoli, there's no big kale.
Yeah, well, I mean there's big processed food. I mean, you look at Nestle and Danone and all these companies, and these processed foods. In many cases, and we know there's studies that show that people that tend to eat more plant-based tend to eat more processed food. That is known, and so the perhaps, goal might be to get people to eat more processed food by having them cut back on eating meat, because we know what happens when we remove butter from the diet. People eat more margarine. When we remove meat from the diet, they eat more. Unfortunately, they're not eating lentils and beans. They're eating more processed food. That's just what happens. And there's some market forces that want to drive that, in my view. Mendelian randomization studies are not bulletproof. There are some concerns around what does a genetic defect actually do? We've talked about with pleomorphic effects of statin drugs for a long time. It's like, is it LDL reduction, or is it inflammation reduction that's been going on? So there's even though Mendelian randomization studies kind of cut through some of the confounders that we have, and just like you mentioned, over accounting for confounders, you can under account for them. You can basically design a study to show whatever you want, depending how much weight you give to these different confounding variables. You'd mentioned in that Santorini study, they excluded the overweight people. But again, the study that the meta-analysis of a randomized control trial that Sotomoto just put out there shows that in a low carb case, the people that are the leanest have the highest cholesterol, right? So this is kind of backwards to what we're excluding. So I would argue again, who's the population we're talking about? We're talking about the general westernized diet where people are obese and insulin resistant, and yes, probably eating more fat, more calories, more saturated fat is going to drive higher LDL. And perhaps in that situation, when they perhaps are oxidizing it more likely, and that's leading to cardiovascular disease. I mean, it's funny when you talk about a lot of meat, because the average American, like beef, for instance, the average American, we have about 52 pounds a year. That works out to about 2 ounces of beef per person per day. That's not a lot of food. That's a very small amount. I mean, 2 ounces would not even get me across the room. And so when we're talking about 70% of our diet come from processed food, ultra processed food, 2 ounces of beef is not significant in that case. And in fact, most of the saturated, like I mentioned, most of our saturated fat is more dairy than anything. I mean, there's more dairy consumption. There certainly is straight up meat consumption. And most of the meat we're eating is coming in the form of hamburgers and hot dogs and lasagnas and prepackaged meals and things like that. So again, very different populations.
So Shawn, with this, you have a kind of a theme on your social media where you talk a lot about just this food industry and how it's bought and owned in a lot of different ways. I'm going to pull up just an example of one of these. It's just one of your more recent videos here. And you don't need to go into like a full thing.
I'll just put the caveat,
but
the social media is kind of for entertainment purposes only in many ways, but anyway, what am I saying here? I don't know.
Well, sure. And I mean, I think, regardless of whether it's for entertainment or not, obviously there's kind of a shock factor to a lot of things, right? But you're putting it out there what you believe. So ideally you stand behind it, which I know you do. You knew it was corrupt, but it's worse than what you thought. Do you recall?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, so again, we Garth brought this up. Kevin Hall Metabolic Ward study. You look at the press coverage that study got, right? That study was CNN, Fox News, 90 news outlets picked it up. You can look at it on the altmetric score, which tells how the impact that the study has had. The reanalysis, which basically, may lead to the retraction of the study, has gotten the reanalysis, which has had zero media outlets that have covered that, even though it's got the same altmetric score, even though people are just as interested in this study as the other one, but the media has decided we're not going to talk about this, which is kind of an interesting sort of dichotomy. You've got one that is pro don't eat meat versus one that's saying, wait a minute, that's wrong. And one gets all the media coverage and one doesn't get any. And so I think that's kind of interesting to see that.
The study, all right. It was NIH funded, right? So this is not like and Kevin Hall Kevin Hall invited me to barbecue one night. This is not a vegan proponent. And in fact, he's still not a vegan proponent. It's weird because his interpretation of the data is not necessarily pro plants at all. Him and I got into quite an argument the other day online because he points out the drop in A1C in the meat eating group, which doesn't mean anything to me. They were eating less sugars, so they're going to have a drop in A1C, but they were more insulin resistant. disregard this. I don't know that your listeners really care about this, but this is not a biased guy. This is about one of the most respected nutritional researchers in the world doing a study that was about as well controlled. I will agree with you on one thing with this study is I wish there was a washout period, but he just couldn't afford to have these people leave the ward and come back. And because they had what Ludwig wants to do is look at the data of whether or not the way the study was organized is there were 40 people, 20 people started with a low carb, 20 people started with the plant-based, and then they switched. And what the study didn't do is say, how did the switch affect? And so that's what Ludwig's trying to do. In other words, if you started with a carb, with a high carb, and then went to a low carb, is that different than if you started with a low carb?
And what they showed was about a threefold difference more than the effect of what the study showed. So, I mean, it was impactful and significantly impactful. And that's why they published the reanalysis. And I think it's something that says, hey, maybe the conclusion.
Have they sent that? Have they sent that to the letter?
No, I mean, they published a study. I mean, they published a study that was published that was all over Twitter. You know, the altmetric score was exceeded what the Kevin Hall altmetric scores. And I'm not sure, Garth, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with altmetric scores. It's journal impact factor. And the second study had a greater altmetric score, more people interested in it, but zero news coverage, which is it's just interesting to see that.
But on that, Shawn, really, can you just very clearly, like for people who haven't seen that video, what was published and what was not published is what you're getting at.
Both studies were published. The initial study that Kevin Hall, and I don't discount that Kevin Hall is a good, well-respected researcher. So is David Ludwig, by the way. David Ludwig, because I know David. I talk to him not infrequently. In fact, I'm helping him to organize another study. But he will not take any industry funding. He is like, I will never take industry funding. He wants to be as pure as a driven snow in that regard. So he's a very ethical guy. And the initial study that Kevin produced got a lot of media hoopla. I mean, it was it was talked by all these media outlets. That study was published in 2021. The reanalysis was done just at the end of 2023.
And quickly, what did that study show in 2021? So
it showed that people that were on a plant-based, low-fat diet lost more weight than people on a low-carb, high-fat animal-based diet, right?
Well, actually, the animal group actually lost more weight, but all of their weight was lean mass. None of it was fat, whereas the plant-based
I'll have to look at the results, but it was basically plant-based. Yeah, plant-based tended to be better on that outcome for whatever metric we're looking at. However, the reanalysis showed it didn't really matter which diet you ate. It mattered what diet you ate first, because if you ate low-carb first, you had a better outcome because there's a carryover effect. So that's why you have a washout period. That's why you wait a month or 2 months. And so whatever diet went first was the one that ultimately showed the best results. So if you went low carb first, your overall results were better. If you went high carb first, your results were worse based on, weight gain and C-peptide levels. The C-peptide levels actually predicted very clearly what the weight gain or weight loss was going to be. C-peptide is a proxy for insulin. For every molecule of insulin we make, there's a C-peptide molecule that goes there, and it's considered a better marker because insulin is often sequestered in the liver and it's metabolized very quickly and doesn't hang around very long, whereas C-peptide is a much better marker for that. So the reanalysis, basically what I'm saying is the reanalysis got crickets, whereas the initial study got all kinds of fanfare. And it was like, is there an inherent bias by that? Is it,
Okay, so you're saying that the initial study where it was in favor of plant-based is one that got republished basically after the secondary study came out, whatever.
No, it just got more media coverage. It got it, and in fact, it was interesting when the second study came out, when the reanalysis study came out, an additional 30 media outlets picked up the initial study and still didn't cover the reanalysis, which was very bizarre to me. That they would re-engage a study that's 2 years old, and not talk about the reanalysis, which I thought was weird. I mean, again, I don't really want to dwell on conspiracy theories and this sort of stuff. I mean, I think Garth wants to stick to, let's just talk about the science here. I do think there's more support for plant-based in general. I think people think we're going to save the planet, we're going to save some cows. And I think there's some bias in that. Even in the dietary guidelines, they're starting to let that creep in. What do we think is better for the environment? And I think that's unfortunate, because I think nutrition should be nutrition, and there should not be some ethical bias to that, which I think unfortunately there is in many cases.
Yeah, that's a tough one. So I testified at a few years ago for the USDA for the dietary guidelines. I was flabbergasted at the amount of lobbyists at that thing. There were a handful of doctors, and the rest was just lobbyists. And it was very full of meat, dairy, and egg. I mean, it was a huge meat, dairy, and egg constituency. I mean, it was really amazing. And this goes way back. I mean, the whole dietary guidelines, if you go back to the McGovern era, where they had
77.
about
when he
the
said, I don't have
McGovern
time to make decisions.
committee.
I'm not a researcher. I don't have time. Senators have to make a decision right now. Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Can you share what that is?
So basically what this was is the Senate had a select committee. Basically, they started out looking at malnutrition. They wanted to look at malnutrition in America, and they found that we didn't have a lot of malnutrition, but we had overnutrition. This was the time where heart disease was just soaring. And they held the series of committee meetings, and they were very contentious. And it was a very good example of industry getting involved. And meat, dairy, and egg were huge in it, but so was sugar. So was the sugar industry. And basically, they recommended, they made some pretty, I thought, very decent recommendations. They said we need to eat less meat. You might not think that was good, but they were pretty good about not getting into the weeds of like saturated fat or this or that. But the meat industry got really pissed at that. McGovern was from North Dakota. He was voted out. They stopped talking about, they basically made it where you couldn't make any recommendations on whole foods. You could only make it on the parts. This is where we started getting into macronutrients, because we stopped talking about whole foods and we started talking about macronutrients. And this is where the whole low-fat craze came. So this is where they said, okay, we should eat more, but it should be lean meat. And people said, what is lean meat? Well, it's low-fat. How do we get low-fat? All of a sudden, you've got Nabisco low-fat SnackWells. And that's how we never went low-fat, by the way. We never went on a low-fat diet. We said we did, but we just ate more processed food, as Shawn alluded to earlier. And that kind of really messed up, I think, our nutrition discussions. But there is definitely bias. There are senators getting taken out to dinner by different food organizations. I don't think in the world where Shawn and I live, there's a lot, there's no big plant lobby. Most of the lobbies are for big companies that are making processed type.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And yeah, I think McGovern was from South Dakota. Just I know that because I'm dealing with the state of South Dakota to get some funding, and they said they want to make up for their knucklehead McGovern because they felt like he kind of caused some problems. So it's interesting, but
he caused problems for ranchers.
They're trying to say, hey, look, we think we've been vilified unnecessarily, and I do, again. I think Garth and I would both agree that the ultra processed food is a real problem, and I think where we disagree is probably around meat. I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah, I'll tell you one place where I really got shocked with that was, okay, if you look at the EPIC database, or if you look at the Heidelberger, these are different studies that were the big studies looking at vegans versus vegetarians. So they've got a couple of versions of EPIC Oxford. It started out as the Oxford, and then it got taken over by the EPIC. EPIC was a multi-country study looking at diet and disease, but they went and they looked specifically in Oxford because Oxford had a large proportion, not a large, but a significant proportion of vegans. EPIC Oxford was interesting because if you look at the vegetarians in the EPIC Oxford, the EPIC Oxford, in just about any study you look at, higher plant-based diets associated with lower colorectal cancer. And that might make sense. Maybe it doesn't to you, but it does to me, except in EPIC Oxford. And they started looking at EPIC Oxford. EPIC Oxford, there's definitely benefits to being plant-based. But when you look, there's a specific study that compares EPIC Oxford to the Adventist, because there's a big difference between Adventist Health and EPIC Oxford. We start looking at EPIC Oxford, and the vegans are getting 25 grams of fiber a day. That's not much at all. The vegans in the Adventist Health are getting 45 grams fiber a day. You start looking at sugar sweetened beverages, there's more sugar sweetened beverages. If you start looking at all these different factors, you notice that the vegans in the Epic Oxford are not really following a healthy diet. Well, what Harvard did is they said, we need to stop this vegan versus vegetarian. We need to have healthy eating indices. And there's Mediterranean indices, like a scorecard where we take a group of people, we look at what they eat, and then we make a score for, are they eating towards a Mediterranean diet? And they looked specifically at plant-based in their nurses' health and in their health professions. And they said, okay, let's look at plant-based index. Does having a high plant-based index, not saying that you're vegetarian, vegan, but you're eating quite a bit of plants, does that make you healthier? It does, but not very healthy. Okay, well, let's make up an unhealthy plant-based index. Now, if you're high on an unhealthy plant-based index, meaning you're not eating meat, but you're eating a lot of processed food, are you still healthy? No, you actually have more heart disease and more risk. Now, what if you have a healthy plant-based index? Okay, now if we did a healthy plant-based index, we're actually eating fruit, vegetables, beans, etc. Now you're extremely healthy, and there's a huge drop in risk of heart disease and risk of diabetes. So even in the plant-based world, that's why I get very careful about saying vegan. I never tell people to eat vegan because I run an obesity clinic. I see vegans in my obesity clinic, and they're eating brownies, and nowadays, you could eat anything vegan that you could eat meat, and that's not healthy. And so I think we do definitely agree that unprocessed food,
you mentioned, there's a healthy plant-based index. There's no such thing as a healthy meat-based index, and so that's what I'm calling for. Let's stop studying the standard American diet and calling a Happy Meal, the diet that I'm promoting, because it would.
And that would be fascinating, actually. I would like to see a evaluation. Because in any of the healthy eating indices, a lot of times, so Harvard kind of came up with the DASH score. I don't know if you know the DASH score, Lauren, but basically with DASH, they were looking at. No, that was a Harvard creation, and it was actually done. DASH diet, yeah. They were looking at hypertension specifically. So it was a diet for hypertension. And they noticed that people that ate more plants tended to have lower hypertension. In fact, at the time they said, well, the ultimate diet would be a vegetarian diet, but the key author, Sachs, said, well, we can't tell people to go vegetarian. They won't do it. It's too extreme. So let's come up with this DASH diet. They've got a DASH score, and if you look at the DASH score and you look at the data on people that follow a DASH diet, that are more consistent with the DASH diet by scoring, tend to have lower heart disease and lower hypertension, et cetera, et cetera. Now, all of these indices, to Shawn's point, all of these indices consider meat bad, even unprocessed meat. So there should be an indice, I think, where you're eating a lot of plants, but you get points for unprocessed. Sorry, Lauren, but I can't ever give points for your bacon. Bacon, processed meat comes up bad in every single study that's ever been. It is so dramatically bad. But unprocessed meat, okay, let's come up with a healthy score that includes vegetables and fruits, but has a healthy meat. It would be interesting to see how a healthy meat-based index does to a plant-based index. That hasn't been done.
There's a lot of controversy around bacon actually within the animal-based community, carnivore community anyways. There's a lot of people who are for, Shawn, you could speak to that probably way better than
I personally don't eat much bacon. I think it tastes damn good, but I rarely eat it. I really don't want to eat it. It's not that I'm worried about it particularly, but I just don't have a desire to eat. It's kind of weird how things change. Garth, I would push back a little bit on the processed meat. There have been a few studies. Studies come out of Asia showing that, there's reviews showing that processed meats don't really seem to matter that much. And I know you submitted one study.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
you'd have to show me that.
There's a study called, I think it's like Colorectal Cancer, Red Meat, the Asian Perspective. I think that's roughly what the title is. And granted, it was published out of Korea, and they did analysis because they said most of the studies that have been done study Western diets, and they don't have as many studies on red meat and Asian populations, because I think the way the Asian populations consume meat, it's not in the context of hamburgers and French fries. It's probably alongside, maybe a stir fry or something like that. I think that the way they consume their meat is very different than perhaps the way we consume our meat, which is hot dogs, hamburgers, lasagnas and things like that. So, but yeah, they concluded that it didn't matter what the temperature was. It didn't matter what that's not it. It's another study. I'd have to look it up. Unfortunately, I didn't think about it ahead of time, but it's there. I can find it and send it to you at some point. But no, I forget what we were talking about now. Well, anyway, let's go on to the next topic then. Yeah.
Well, we're just talking about processed meat. So, I mean,
I would agree. I would agree that the epidemiologic studies that show processed meat is higher than unprocessed. Even the WHO's proclamation in 2015 said class 1 for processed, class 2 for unprocessed. And I mean, I think there's some. Yeah.
Right. And the one thing I will say is in the Asian studies, like the unprocessed meat tends to be associated with cancer and mortality in Western populations.
So you wonder why that is.
I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
I mean, that's a question. Why do we see these dichotomies in different populations?
Yeah. But that's more on unprocessed. I've never seen good. And when you could go into mechanistic, and we haven't talked much about mechanistic, but it was, look, the other thing to look at, which is interesting, I don't know, we're going long, but I'm very interested in the aging.
Yeah
I'm very interested in aging because I'm aging. And I want to know how not to age. And so this has become a big issue. Now, this is a very mechanistic study because to study this from a non-mechanistic standpoint, you got to study a whole lifetime, right? So we got to look at mechanisms of aging. And funny enough, they're looking at dog mechanisms right now because they could study dogs because they have a shorter life expectancy. And the number one thing they're looking at, have you guys seen these crazy people that are getting into aging and they're taking rapamycin?
Not for me. I got to tell you, I don't know what your thoughts are. Yeah, good.
Not for me either, but funny enough, I got the rapamycin because I was interested and I took it and I got sick because it is an immunosuppressant. But and I never get sick. I was like, oh my god, it's the rapamycin. But people, like
Sinclair,
what's his name?
Is it Attia? Peter Attia Sinclair.
Not Sinclair.
Yeah, right.
Attia. So Attia has been taking rapamycin. So how does rapamycin work? It works by blocking mTOR. And works on this mTOR pathway, which has become the central pathway that we're looking at aging.
Well,
what stimulates mTOR?
One of the things, insulin also stimulates mTOR, and calories stimulate mTOR as well.
A lot of things.
So I mean, it's not just leucine, right?
Yeah, calories do stimulate. Exercise stimulates it, but and you want some mTOR, otherwise you won't grow muscle. But too much mTOR and blocking mTOR seems to be related with aging. And so my concern with protein has been that if we overconsume protein, we're going to overstimulate aging. Now, this is way mechanistic. It doesn't have anything really substantial for us to talk about except for theory. But I will bring up the fact that when you look at some of the mechanistic studies when it comes to meat, I worry about the increasing IGF-1. I worry about the increase in mTOR. I worry about advanced glycolated end products, because especially with the way you cook meat, you kind of brought that up, but it has been shown that the way you cook meat can have a big effect. Those nice little grill marks you get on your grilled steak, if you look at them, they've got heterocyclic amines. And in fact, the meat industry has caught on to this, and they're starting to make hamburger with beets in it. And if you eat your meat with some vegetables and fruit, you may be able to counteract these things, which is why I would wonder, Shawn, why wouldn't you want to eat like some antioxidants to counteract the AGEs?
Well, I mean, advanced glycation end products, there's endogenous and exogenous ones. By far, the endogenously derived ones are bigger problem, whether it's through fructose, glucose, methyl glyoxal. I mean, there's different mechanisms. Chris Masterjohn had a nice article on that I looked at the other day. And so I'm not so concerned about the exogenous ones. And we have, it's interesting, like these, we hear a lot about like sulforaphane in broccoli sprouts and how it's hormetically beneficial to us and upregulates certain enzymes. It's interesting because the way these HCAs and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons are detoxified, they use the same pathway as sulforaphane, and they get the same sort of hormetic stress effects, I think, that they do with that. So, I mean, and you mentioned, most of the data on whether, heterocyclic amines and so on, and nitrosyl compounds are bad for us are usually very high dose, done in rodents, in doses that most, I'd have to eat a lot of burnt steak, right, to obtain those levels. And so if we look at we're obviously colorectal cancer is a big one with meat. I mean, there's some evidence that prostate and breast, but it's mostly in colorectal cancer. But if you look at the risk factors for colorectal cancer, yeah, I mean, WHO says 17% relative risk per, I think, 50 grams of meat or something like that. And then you compare that to other risk factors for colorectal cancer, obesity, chronic inflammation, diabetes, particular inflammatory bowel disease, where the relative risk is like 3,000-fold, right? And yet I see people that go carnivore. They're no longer obese. They're no longer diabetic. They no longer are, exhibiting signs of inflammation. Their IBD goes away. To me, it's like your risk has gone down by most of these risk factors. Maybe that 17% that the WHO put out there is what's the net effect of that. So what is the net effect? And I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. I suspect that getting rid of Crohn's disease is going to protect you from colorectal cancer more so than not eating meat, in my view. But it's, again, as you know, mechanistic things are, you can't rely on those in isolation because there's lots of mechanisms going on. And you might have a negative mechanistic thing, but you might have a positive mechanistic thing.
Yeah, it's like I mentioned earlier, it all goes into like a bigger picture. Like, let's take prostate cancer. We've got a mechanism for prostate cancer.
Right.
If you look at acromegaly, so people that have acromegaly, really high IGF-1, they have a very high rate of having prostate cancer. And so does IGF-1 cause prostate cancer? Well, if you look at the health profession study out of Harvard, the people that ate the most dairy, and dairy is a strong promoter of IGF-1, they had the highest amount. Dairy was very strongly correlated with prostate cancer. Now, again, we don't have causation. We've got correlation, and we've got a mechanistic study. Then we could do a randomized controlled trial. And so Dean Ornish did a randomized controlled trial where he took a group of people with Gleason 4 prostate cancer. It's an early stage prostate cancer. PSA, I think, was 7. Put one on a normal diet where they were eating meat. The other group went on a vegan diet. Criticism of the study is they also did meditation and yoga and stuff like that. I don't know what mechanism that is for decreasing PSA. But what you saw in the plant case group is a very strong decrease in PSA and a very strong drop in IGF-1. And so now you've got a mechanistic study, a randomized controlled trial, and a large population study. That's how I can't definitely say causation, but where there's smoke, there's fire.
I'm gonna chime in here really quick with this too, so to keep the conversation going. So
yeah. So for the protein digestibility part, assuming was that measured with the DAS or the PDCAS as far as digestibility? Do you know?
No, let me look that up. Sorry.
Yeah, it'll be probably one of those two.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. So as far as the it's most likely one of those two, unless you say otherwise. I'll assume it's one of those two scoring systems because those are the most often used. So they are basically based on feeding individual foods to typically rodents or pigs, seeing how much goes in one end, how much comes out the other end as far as the protein, and presumably you've absorbed the amount that is the difference. With pigs, it's up until the end of the small intestine, or with the DAS rather, it's up until the end of the small intestine. They then actually modify the scores based on what amino acid is present in the lowest amount. And now, if you're eating a single food diet, I would say yes, that's a problem. But if you're eating a variety of foods or you're exceeding your protein needs, at least as far as the RDA, I do suggest higher though, then that is no longer a problem. It compensates. But more than any of that, what we ultimately need to look at are outcomes. So what actually happens when you pit vegans against meat eaters and you equate their protein intake? So there was a study done in Brazil in it was published in 2021. This is Hevia Lorraine is the author. The senior author was Hamilton Rochelle, and published in the journal Sports Med. And they found that when both groups are eating 1.6 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight per day, and they're performing resistance training, you get the same results at the end of the day, same muscle and strength gains. So there are clearly issues with using those measures of digestibility, or really any measure of digestibility if it was something else, because the outcomes are the same. What I care about is, do you get the same result? There was also a more recent study. This one was looking at mycoprotein in particular. So this is, actually I guess I could share my screen for this. I should have done that. So looking at mycoprotein specifically, This is just from a presentation I've given before. Looking at mycoproteins specifically, so these are in certain like plant-based meat alternative products, primarily in the UK and US, and they had them eat either most of their protein from the mycoprotein or most of their protein from animal protein sources, upping it to above that 1.6 grams per kilogram per day. And again, they got the same result at the end of resistance training 5 times a week for 10 weeks. And these were people with a history of training too. They weren't untrained individuals in this particular study. So whether or not there's differences on certain measures as far as digestibility or whatever, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're eating enough protein and matching intake. Now, as far as the total meat intake and across countries, that cross-sectional study, there are some major issues with that. So I'm just going to pull up something here as well. So it was cross-sectional for starters. That's one issue. And they didn't actually look at dietary intake. Are you familiar with how they tracked meat intake?
I'd have to look at it, but no, go on.
Yeah, so they actually didn't track meat intake. They tracked food, like meat supply data from each country, and didn't even use the loss adjusted numbers, which is bizarre. You should at least use that. So that's one problem. It's not a very good, and I know you said it's not a great study anyway, but I'm just saying it's actually much poorer than the data I've cited on meat intake in particular, where you're tracking it at the individual level. Secondly, they didn't really adjust for socioeconomic status. They actually adjusted for GDP, which can bias the results because during times of rapid growth, mortality can increase, for example. So that's one issue with using GDP. And secondly, it doesn't tell us what proportions of the populations are of higher socioeconomic status or not within each population. It could be the case that everyone is on a very similar ground or level of income within one population who has the same GDP as another population, where a lot of people are way up here and others are way down here. It's a very kind of gross estimate of that. And if we look at, say, smoking rates across populations, per capita cigarette consumption, I'll just pull it up. Per capita cigarette consumption across populations and life expectancy suggests that countries with higher cigarette consumption actually have greater life expectancy too. That's why it's bizarre to do these cross-country analyses. What is far better is looking within populations, different levels of meat intake, and seeing if those who eat more have a higher or lower risk of things like mortality than those who eat less, while adjusting for confounding variables. The reason I like the nurses' health study and health professionals' follow-up study in particular so much is because you're comparing nurses to nurses, doctors to doctors, and you're adjusting for smoking, physical activity, BMI, and the areas that they live in, I believe, is one of them, and just on and on and on. One of the more comprehensive adjustment models that we have. And they repeat dietary intakes, which is awesome. Every 4 years they collect diet data versus a lot of studies where they only collect it once and then they don't later on. And now that last study, the one on I mean, you mentioned it was a cross-sectional study of vegetarians. Again, cross-sectional is definitely much lower on the evidence hierarchy related to actually seeing a temporal component. But what's funny is I didn't catch all the outcomes there. I mean, if you send it to me, I'm happy to look at it in more depth, maybe in the chat or something, or perhaps if we were to do another discussion. But looking at mental health, for example, when you actually stratify by semi-vegetarian, lacto-ovo-vegetarian, vegan, vegans actually aren't at higher risk, or vegan diets aren't associated with significant increase in risk of like depression or anxiety. If anything, there might even be a slight decrease. Where we see it is with the semi-vegetarians, which to me suggests that it may be a matter of motivation. Like it might be the case that people who are adopting a semi-veg diet might be doing it more for physique, for other markers that might be associated with disordered eating patterns and mental health concerns, and it's just really hard to tell based on that sort of cross-sectional data. So those would be my responses to those, and then if you want me to go into the plant toxin talk, I can, or if you want to bring up the rest of the stuff you were going to bring up, feel free. We're just kind of jumping around a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's all right. So I'll just, I'll just bring up a couple points, and then feel free to mention what you would like about that talk, and we can go from there. Let me see here. Okay. You just need to do entire screen here. It's a bit easier.
Actually, that would probably be easier. Didn't even think of that.
Yeah. So I've taken out a number of these clips from various studies and various sources to illustrate different sorts of points of plant toxicity in the foods that we are eating.
Can you provide the specific studies as well, just versus the clips? It's hard to see where that's from.
Yeah, so they're all out of these two. So this is the white kidney bean incident that I was discussing. So it was a TV program in 2006 where they're introducing a new diet and a staple food, and they found that viewers that tried to follow this, that 1,000 of them were actually poisoned, had acute intestinal symptoms, and 100 people were hospitalized. And they attribute that to the lectins in the white kidney beans were suspected to be the cause of the trouble. This is another, it's from a clip from another one that talks about the various different areas around the world where you have these poisonings, acute poisonings. 13 children that were hospitalized in Czech Republic from eating runner beans and French beans, and in Switzerland they had a number of these different plants that were the poisons from these plants were found to cause severe poisoning during that period of time. And it goes on. It mentions the Japanese study in China, 124 health incidents affecting 7,526 individuals related to fresh kidney beans were reported in a 9-year span. And Denmark goes on to discuss similar sorts of issues. So there are different, this is USDA.gov. And so looking at the International Journal of Poisonous Plant Research, and this is going into animal husbandry and the different sorts of plants that are harmful, so poisonous plant research. So that's just illustrating that in the field of toxicology and botany and animal husbandry, that this is actually a well-known phenomenon, and just indiscriminately eating plants can lead to trouble. And so again, it's not that you can never eat plants, it's just that you need to know what you're doing, and you can't just indiscriminately do it and just say, well, all plants should be fine in the levels that we're eating it, because what levels are we eating it? Some people are eating it in doses that are not acceptable. A good example of that is oxalates. I know that you've spoken about oxalates before, but there are some pieces of information that suggest that as much as or as little as 5,000 grams of oxalates can be extremely detrimental to health. There's more often 10,000 to 15,000 milligrams.
What do you mean by extremely detrimental, just so I'm clear?
Oh, death. It caused death. So there's case studies where people died.
In like dietary doses?
Yeah.
Like typical dietary doses?
At that 5,000 milligrams. I mean, the thing is that you
how
can't
much
just
is in
indiscriminately do that.
Yeah.
So in 100 milligrams of spinach, there's anywhere from 300 to 1,200 milligrams of oxalates. So
yeah, I'm seeing 1/2 a cup of cooked or 1 cup raw, about 650 average. So I mean, you're talking about I don't think anyone's recommending that much spinach. That's an insane
but that's
amount.
my point. Is that you do need to be clear. You have to draw a line. I think we agree that this is that you can't just indiscriminately eat plants, right? And
you can't do that for anything. You can't do that for meat either, animal products either.
But I don't think there's anything directly toxic in meat.
Slow lories, blue crab frit, common quail, garter snake, American toad, Azaic toad, cane toad, Colorado river toad, common toad, Fowler's toad, poison and dart frog, Pacific newts,
and toxins.
Yeah, of course, blister beetle,
and toxic skin, and all that sort of stuff.
Well, there's things that you can't just indiscriminately eat animals either, right? And we understand that.
Look, you're right. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you can eat any poisonous animal or toad or anything like that. Certainly not. But the meat that we buy in supermarkets, say, I don't know of any poisonous animal that's sold there. And
I can reply to that when you have the chance. So are you pulling something else up?
Yeah, so I'm pulling up. So this is a table of the different oxalate content in different plants, and so rhubarb and spinach obviously having high numbers of these sorts of things, but other things as well. And so, and that's per 100 grams. And
That's a lot.
Sure. Yeah.
Like you'd have to eat an insane amount to run into any issues.
Sorry,
as far as the issues that you've mentioned.
Milligrams. Right. Yeah. Well, look, it happens, and there are case reports of people going to the hospital or dying
of oxalate poisoning from spinach. Look, if they're consuming,
that's another one, rhubarb. Yeah.
Well, if they're consuming that amount, then clearly they need some education on that, and I would agree with that.
Yeah, but okay, so that's my point, is that you do need to tell people, hey, it's safe to eat to this point. Right now, no one's doing that, and I haven't heard anybody do that. And that's the purpose of making the plants are trying to kill you thing, is to point out that these things have something in there. Not that you can never include them in your diet, but that you do need to be aware there is an upper limit there, and that you can be harmed if you exceed it.
So, but then are you accepting that let's say someone's eating, a cup of spinach, they're having, some properly cooked beans and so on in a day, that can actually be a really healthy option based on the health outcome data we have, of course, right? That seems like it's what you're saying, right?
Well, I think it can be, you can have it in a more safe way if it's under a certain threshold, and depending on where you go and you look at that, different sources say that you want to stay below 100 to 150 milligrams per day, and with
150 milligrams of sorry, what? 150 milligrams
of oxalates.
Of oxalate, but you said it was like 5,000 plus. Or 50,000 plus
is the fatal dose.
Yeah.
So,
but do you have evidence
you
of
can
harm
get harm long before it's a fatal dose, right?
But do you have evidence of harm at that 150 milligrams a day?
Yeah. So there are there's just a number of different sources, and that's their arbitrary line that they're saying 100 to 150, and then after that, if you're doing that perpetually,
can you show that though? Right. That's my question. Is can you actually show that that's the case? Like, can you provide some evidence showing that actually leads to worse outcomes? Not just someone saying so, but that actually leads to a worse outcome.
Well, there's studies looking at kidney stones and nephrotoxicity
and
above that level.
Can you bring those up at that level, particularly with adequate calcium intake? Because I've seen it in cases where calcium intake is in the gutter, but above, like we look at the Nurses' Health study, above about 500 milligrams of, or was it 5 or maybe 700 milligrams of calcium a day, oxalates were not associated with kidney stone risk.
So I agree with you there, that if you add in adequate calcium, that can temper that. But it is just to illustrate that these things can cause harm. There are also studies that illustrate that if you
can you just show that? But before we keep going, can you actually just show the studies? I've never seen something at that low of an intake suggesting that it causes stones or nephrotoxicity in humans.
Yeah, 1 second.
I also think that
I was going to say, meanwhile, while you're looking it up, I can respond to some of the lectin stuff, perhaps, or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the sake of time, why don't we do this? Why don't Dr. Chaffee, you pull those up, and then Dr. Nagra, you respond, absolutely, and then we'll wrap it up after that. Yeah,
and Anthony, can you just unshare so I can share in the meantime while you're looking that up? Yeah. Okay. So just talking about this idea of lectins and plant toxins and so on. Obviously, I listed off there are poisonous animals, and if you want to talk about the ones that we see in the grocery store, I'll get there in a second. But if we look at the heat processing of red kidney beans, which are typically very concentrated with hemagglutinin, which is one of the lectins that can be toxic, if you soak them and then boil them for as little as 15 minutes, the lectins are then undetectable. If you cook them at 80 degrees Celsius for longer, I mean, that's way lower temperature and longer than you would typically do, you can also achieve that. Or if you look at pressure cooking for just 45 minutes, which again is very typical, you abolish lectin levels. Now, I've seen that study, 50 incidents in the UK between 76 and 89. So over 13 years, there were 50 suspected cases. None of them were confirmed. None of them led to death. Some of them were confirmed. Not all of them were confirmed, and none of them led to death. But if we look at things that can happen if you don't properly prepare meat. Well, keeping in mind that with lectins, it is an issue of not properly preparing them. If you don't properly prepare meat, if people aren't informed of cooking the internal temperature of chicken, for example, up to a certain point, it can lead to salmonella. And in fact, if we estimate as we look at the total rate of salmonella cases in the US annually, it's 1.35 million infections, 26,500 hospitalizations, and 420 deaths per year. Remember, 50 suspected cases in the UK over 13 years of lectin poisoning. Far more cases of salmonella. And if we look at specifically what would be attributable to white meat, chicken and turkey, it's about 23% of that. So we're looking at over 300,000 infections and about 100 deaths because of that. If we look at the epidemiology of the E. coli outbreaks in the US over a couple decades, we see that the food vehicle for 41% of them was ground beef. And so again, if you don't prepare that properly, it can lead to illness, and this is something that you would buy in the grocery store. And it's not even just about not preparing them properly and then eating them. It could be the case that you didn't store it properly, you didn't clean the counter properly, you mixed it with other things in the sink, and it contaminates that and eventually infects you, and it can be very dangerous, it can be fatal. So and I agree that people need to cook legumes properly. I think we're both on the same page there. And when they do, we see that higher legume intake is associated with a lower risk of cardiovascular disease, a lower risk of all-cause mortality. And as I pointed out earlier, when we substitute meat specifically with legumes, we see improvements in coronary heart disease risk. These are, again, the outcomes I care about. So yes, we need to let people know how to cook legumes properly. Presumably, a lot of people are doing it right based on this evidence, seeing that they have better long-term health outcomes. But in those odd cases where someone doesn't do it right, just like in those odd cases where someone, actually not so odd, presumably common cases where someone doesn't cook their chicken right or doesn't prepare their beef correctly, yeah, they need to be educated on it and make sure that they avoid the issues that can come along with it. So I don't see this as being much of an issue other than those minute cases where, yeah, a bit of education is warranted. And this is something I'd actually like to see some more kind of food education even in schools at a young age. I think it'd be really great. And I think we're starting to see a shift that way a little bit. Yeah, I just don't see it as a big concern. I mean, I'm of Indian background, and I can tell you that Indians know how to cook legumes. They've been doing it for a long time. But it doesn't mean that there aren't odd cases where people are under preparing them.
Yeah. So the point of that is that if you aren't aware, you can get into trouble. And so the denial of plant toxins, which doesn't sound like you are. It sounds like you are saying that you agree there are toxic elements in plants that you need to specifically prepare in order to temper that or to eradicate that. Is that right?
Yeah, so I would say that there are, but I don't think it's as difficult or needs to really be quote unquote specially prepared in a certain way. It seems to be pretty common knowledge outside of specific cases where you see these happen once in a while. But again, the same thing applies to meats as far as not preparing them properly.
Yeah, but understanding that though, it is passed down. Of course, it is. I was told by my mom that if a potato goes green, you can't eat it; it's bad. Or if it grows a root, you can't eat it; it's bad. But people who don't get told that or not told why that is, they can get hurt.
Yeah, but it seems like you agree also that it is the same with meat, right? It needs to be properly prepared as well. You need to handle it appropriately. You can't have it sitting out on the counters, etc. Right?
Well, certainly it's a food handling issue, and E. coli is a food handling issue. Obviously, that's an enteric bacteria. That's not inherent in the meat. That's coming from someone who didn't wash their hands.
But if you buy it in the grocery store, there is a good chance of it being there if you don't properly prepare the food, right? That's what we were talking about. You're saying if people are just going into the grocery store buying plants, they need to know how to properly prepare it. The same would go for meat, would it not?
The exact same risk comes from having produce that people are handling and meat that people are handling. The difference that meat,
but it's more common in meat,
packaged form,
and it's more common.
It's not actually.
Well, no. So 41% of the 41%.
Far more common.
I just presented data. I just presented data on E. coli infections. 41% of the outbreaks in the U.S. over a 20-year period, at least from 82 to 2002, were due to ground beef. Alone, forget about other animal foods. For produce, it was like 21, 22%, somewhere in that ballpark. So about half.
General food poisoning. What about overall food poisoning?
I mean, I'd like to see evidence if you have that produce is more common.
See, that's the thing, is that, this was the issue, the sticking point when we talked about having a debate earlier, was that you said, provide the one study you think that encapsulates your entire argument. It's like, I'm sorry, I have 25 years of background on this. There's not one study. So, I mean, that was a statistic that we were taught commonly in medical school.
Yeah.
The vast majority of food poisoning was from produce in America.
So in cases of produce, it is from contamination with fecal matter for sure, but it's not, based on the data that we're seeing, the data I just shared, that isn't the case. Ground beef is the primary food vector.
You're talking specifically about E. coli.
For E. coli, if we look at salmonella, white meat, chicken and poultry is the #1 source. What else is
overall
there?
Food poisoning is majority from plants.
But I would like to see evidence for that, right? If you can't provide evidence,
I can try and find that for you. That's just what is commonly
but just because
discussed in medical school and hospital.
something that's commonly said doesn't make it fair, right? Yeah.
The thing is that what you're saying is completely counter to anything that I've ever been taught or anything I looked up. And specifically talking about salmonella and E. coli, fine. I don't have a problem with that. But that doesn't encapsulate all the known sources of food poisoning.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, so the idea is that there's inherent risk to consuming plants that you pick up in the grocery store, right? I'm just pointing out that there are inherent risks to just consuming meat that is picked up in the grocery store if not properly handled and prepared, because you can't verify that they aren't contaminated with those things, and in fact it's very common, right? That's my point.
That's fine. The difference being is that that's not something that's inherent in the meat. That's not a quality or a character of the meat itself, but that's something that's happened to it.
But that's something that people need to be aware of, right? That's
100%.
Yeah, exactly, right?
I totally agree.
Yeah.
And so, and that's totally fine. And insofar as that's concerned, yes, definitely be aware of that. But I don't think it's fair to compare that to inherent toxins in plants, because those are inherent in the plant.
Here's why I think it is, because if you look at the rates of these toxicities to improperly prepared plants, any of those studies you presented on lectin poisoning, you can put it all together, and there are more infections from salmonella from chicken and turkey alone per year in the U.S. alone than over 13 years in the UK, or any of those other incidents combined, right? So that's the problem. You can't just say because it's inherent that legumes contain lectins, need to be prepared properly, that it's a bigger problem. Clearly it's not. Clearly just putting it out there that it is clearly a bigger issue, affects more people as far as consuming just poultry alone and just considering salmonella. Forget about everything else. That alone is a bigger problem than lectin poisoning from legumes, on a population population scale.
Okay, so since car accidents kill more people than guns, should we just ignore guns?
No, I'm not saying that. I already acknowledge that we should prepare legumes properly and educate people on how to prepare legumes properly. I'm saying that the same, and in fact a stronger critique can be made with regard to animal products and making sure people are preparing them correctly. I think that's a bigger issue. Both need to need education, and I agree. I think we agree on that. But I'm just saying
it's not one or the other.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not one or the other.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
So, So just because there's another issue that may harm more people, that doesn't mean that this isn't harming people and we should just ignore it. And the entire purpose of that talk was just to bring this awareness to people. It was not to say that this is the #1 killer in America. It was just to say this is a thing and you should be aware of it. That was it.
And so, but wasn't also, and this might have just been kind of undertone that I took from it, and you can correct me, but it seems like it was also to promote this idea of not eating plants, or at least shifting towards animal products, whereas when you look at the actual long-term health outcomes, switching those animal products, the meats, for plant protein sources is beneficial, as I've repeated, looking at the data we have on the topic. So if something has this much net benefit and there's a little bit of harm that can be mitigated with education, shouldn't we be aiming for that max benefit with some education to prevent these cases, versus looking at something that actually doesn't seem to provide that benefit for cardiovascular disease, at least in the data that we've looked at, cancers and so on, while also contributing to issues if not prepared properly, handled properly, stored properly? That's the issue that I would take with it.
Well, as Richard Feynman says, it doesn't matter how brilliant your theory is, and it doesn't matter how smart you are. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And we don't have experimental studies on this, but when we experiment as clinicians on the ground and we see hundreds and hundreds of patients have the exact opposite outcomes as predicted by these studies, you have to question whether or not these are right or wrong. And that's why I am questioning them, and that's why I'm going back to other sources of information and evidence to say, okay, what are we fundamentally and biologically? One study that I'm sure you want to talk about as well to critique me on is the study looking at the physique and health of the African tribes of Maasai and the Akikuyu. And this is something that people have tried to critique me on, but I don't think they've actually read the study. This looked at two populations, the Maasai in
Can you just pull it up while you talk about it?
Akikuyu.
Sorry, just to bring
Sure.
Can you bring it up while you talk about it?
Yeah, so this is the studies and physique of two African tribes. So this looked at the Akikuyu and the Maasai who live next to each other.
That's not the
and
study,
they,
that's just the summary.
Yeah, I know, because this
Okay.
is, I want to show a part of it.
Okay.
This is the study. It's several hundred pages long.
Yeah.
Okay. So this looked at two African populations, the Maasai and the Akikuyu, who are genetically similar because they interbreed, but they also have very, very different nutritional components to their diet. So the Akikuyu are largely vegetarian. They eat some meat, but largely cereals and grains, and the women would eat more greens. And the Maasai would eat quite a lot of milk and meat and blood, especially the hunter class, the warrior class. And they found a lot of physical disparities between the two. So physical measurements of the full-grown Maasai male belonging to the carnivorous tribe to be on average 5 inches taller and 23 pounds heavier than the full-grown male Akikuyu, very similar to the differences in the what's seen pre and post agriculture. And as far as muscular strength, it was determined by diameter to be 50% stronger in the male Maasai versus Akikuyu. And in fact, the Akikuyu males were only slightly stronger than the female Akikuyu and were equivalent to the female Maasai. They also had marked differences such as greater incidence of bone deformities, dental caries, anemia, pulmonary conditions, tropical ulcers among the vegetarian tribes. They talk about the prevalence of intestinal stasis, so constipation. And they also mentioned rheumatoid arthritis, but if you actually look at the data when they look at the hospitals, rheumatism was small, but arthritis was higher, but they said that this was at a mixed hospital with a mixed population. They couldn't actually say that these were Maasai or if this was a mixed population of people from the city as well. So that's comparing a whole food plant-based diet, a whole food meat-based diet, and you're seeing quite significant differences in their development. There's also differences in their overall health. Now, this is saying good, fair, bad, very bad, all that sort of stuff. So, hard to say exactly what's going on there, but there are tables looking at the amounts of diseases that they were hospitalized with or treated as an outpatients for, and the Akikuyu tribe, males and females, were far more likely to be unwell and to seek medical attention or to be hospitalized than the Maasai. There was one gentleman, I don't know his name, but he said that I looked at this wrong, and it was in fact the Akikuyu females who had the best health, but that's not true. They actually, you can see, and these things, these are of the different sorts of boys, girls of Maasai and Akikuyu. In fact, the 100% of the boys were very good, and the Maasai females were slightly less good, but the Akikuyu were much worse. Now the females of the Akikuyu tribe were better than the males of the Akikuyu tribe, but they weren't better than the Maasai, and they largely think that that's due to because they were eating more leafy greens and they had a better nutritional component from that, had better calcium as a result of that as well. And the the Akikuyu men did not have that. So you look at the different incidences of different sorts of issue, bone deformities, dental caries, dental defects, anemia, and enlarged tonsils. This is in the pediatric population under 17. You can see it's heavily skewed towards being worse in Akikuyu versus the Maasai, and the girls again being better than the boys in the Akikuyu, but the men being better than the girls in the Maasai, and the males in the Maasai would generally eat more meat and blood than the females as well. So, this can tell you that a number of different things. Again, it's not an experimental trial. It's not a something that we've controlled for every factor, but it did look at thousands of different people over a number of years, and they found very different outcomes than is predicted by these studies. And again, when you experiment with yourself or with patients and you put them on these different sorts of dietary interventions, they have radically different outcomes from their health than is predicted by these studies. So, Professor John Ioannidis from Stanford said that a lot of these epidemiological studies are pretty difficult to gain any real information from, because when you do an experiment, quite often they don't match up. And so, until we have more experimental data, it's going to be very difficult to say one way or the other, which is why I like to go to what we are really talking about, which is, what are we biologically designed to eat, and what is our biological design? What is best for us based on our biology? And I think that is meat.
I'm just bringing something up really quick, and then I will respond to that. So, going back to that study you just mentioned. Now, for starters, I think there's sort of a lack of relevance to really our discussion here, in that the diet that they were on was pretty well exclusively, it was 85% corn, millet, and sweet potatoes. It's not the diet I'm advocating for. Their calcium intake was in the gutter, again, not the sort of diet I'm advocating for. So it doesn't actually tell us about a more well-rounded plant-based diet that's, including, say, calcium-fortified foods that's higher in protein and fat, which is what I would ultimately suggest people follow. At the same time, you did mention that, or I should mention here that they write in the paper that at present stage we do not feel justified in attempting a detailed discussion of the results obtained or in attempting to draw definite conclusions therefrom. And that's largely because, as you said, this is not of the highest quality. It's they're looking at hospital records in certain areas. There were more hospitals in the area of the other tribe versus the Maasai tribe, and like you said, it's not clear how many people were attending the hospital, or how many Maasai specifically were attending the hospital available to them. It could go either way. Maybe RA, rheumatoid arthritis rates were actually higher in the Maasai. We don't know. They also do mention that while I'll
just point out that they did actually go from tribe to tribe.
And, they did, and the rates were about the same. Yeah, and the rates were about the same as what they noted in the hospital. So even then, like, it suggests that it is probably
differences, but yeah.
But more like it's not an earth-shattering difference, right? It was minor differences. Yeah. And they also say that although there has been a good deal of intermarriage between the two tribes, they were originally of different stock, and we have no information as to whether or to what extent the differences in stature and physique may be inherited. So we also don't know for sure. Again, I'm not advocating for this very low protein, low calcium diet anyway, but even so, we can't say for sure that it's not genetic because of the interbreeding. We don't know exactly to what extent that was. Now, what they didn't really touch on here was some of those outcomes that we've been discussing this entire time, things like cardiovascular disease. And so have you looked at data on cardiovascular disease in the Maasai?
So, cardiovascular disease at that time was really a non-entity.
Wait, so you're saying it didn't exist at that time?
No, I'm not saying it didn't
exist. Or like
exist.
very rare?
Yeah, well, and potentially in that population, it wasn't that common either. In America, it started becoming one of the number one killers at that time. But 20 years before that was the very first autopsy that proved myocardial infarction.
Just so I'm clear, when you say that it was rare, obviously myocardial infarction not recorded necessarily for that long, but do you mean like they didn't develop signs of cardiovascular disease, atherosclerosis, Anything?
So, just go, well, I don't know about it at that time. I mean, certainly now they would. I mean, they've been more incorporated into Western society.
So
Before 1910 or 1907, there were no documented cases of myocardial infarction death in America. It was completely unheard of. In fact, that wasn't even believed that was a cause of death at that time.
Okay, so I'd like to just share a little bit here. So, atherosclerosis has been characterized in the Maasai. So this is back from the 70s, looking at atherosclerotic plaque development on autopsies of Maasai warriors. And we see that with age, so we get into like 40s here and up to, sorry, what's happening? My browser said something weird. Anyways, I will just, whatever. It's on the Riverside app, some stuff popped up. But we see that atherosclerosis does develop into the 40s, 50s, 60s, and actually matches roughly the amount that we see in U.S. men ages 60 to 69. So it is present. It was present. This is half a century ago. If we look at
but that's half a century after this study was.
Yeah, and I'm not aware. Like, are you aware of actual detailed characterization of like arteries on say looking?
So that was my point, is that all the different health outcomes that they looked at, that wasn't one that they considered, which suggests that it wasn't a major outcome.
Well, so it might not have been a cause of death if they weren't living all that long. There wasn't data on life expectancy in the paper you shared, but I just want to go through a few more things because, like Lauren said, we are strapped for time. We can look at 16th century Greenland Inuit mummies, and we see that in this sample, 500 or so years ago, there was evidence of atherosclerosis. Now they only looked at the 4 mummies that were available to them, and 3 of them had pretty extensive atherosclerosis. And if we look at life expectancy amongst the Inuit, even after considering child mortality, they live significantly less than other Canadians currently. If we look at Inuit population in Greenland, we see that with rapid westernization, as time has gone on, the risk of cardiovascular mortality has declined. And even if we compare to other Canadian populations, during a given time period, say in the 90s, we see that the Inuit population actually was worse off than other Canadians as far as cardiovascular disease. We have mummies going back 4,000 years where there was presence even in pre-agricultural hunter-gatherers that there was indeed atherosclerosis in their arteries. And we have some mummies from Lithuania on the right side here also suggesting so. I'm trying to speed through this. Please pause and check these out if anyone wants to read that. And so there are actually clearly documented cases of atherosclerosis by actually opening up the arteries of people who had died for various causes. I mean, a lot of them may have died very young, and so they wouldn't ultimately suffer from an MI, but it was there clearly up to 4,000 plus years ago in pre-agricultural hunter-gatherer populations. Now, the other thing that you had mentioned about epidemiology is that it doesn't translate to outcomes in when we actually do experiments, randomized controlled trials. And in fact, that's not true. So Schwingshackle and co. actually did an analysis looking at the concordance rates between meta-analyses of prospective cohorts and meta-analyses of randomized controlled trials. And looking at all these outcomes, alpha-linolenic acid and cardiovascular diseases, polyunsaturated fat overall and cardiovascular events, low sodium diets and all-cause cardiovascular mortality, cardiovascular disease, diet quality, etc., down the row. And we see that in 21 out of 23 of these cases, so about 91, 92% of cases, the prospective cohorts do actually align with the results fairly well from randomized controlled trials when we put them to the test. And like I cited right out the gate, we have the Leon Diet Heart study as well, which specifically replaced animal foods with plant foods if you look at the statistically significant differences in dietary intake. And so, yeah, I think it's pretty clear that these populations do get atherosclerosis. The study that you cited from the 30s did not look at those long-term outcomes. They're the Kikuyu, I'm going to butcher the name, they don't eat a diet that I advocate for at all. I don't advocate for that sort of a very low protein, very low fat, very low calcium plant-based diet. So I don't even see it as being relevant to the discussion when I'm talking about these foods and long-term health. as I've
Well,
demonstrated.
look, the thing is though, is that you're talking about a whole food plant-based diet, an entire civilization who lived generationally on this, and the argument is that okay, so what you're saying is that a carefully controlled, well-designed vegan diet is okay with supplementation.
It depends on what you mean by carefully controlled, well-designed. I don't think it takes that much effort. In fact, if we look at, like I said, population level data, these aren't people with, graduate educations who are all adopting this vegan diet. We see that even actually when adjusting for education, when adjusting for socioeconomic status, they still do better than the meat eaters, right? So it's not some special care that they
But you're saying the Akikuyu don't count because they didn't do it right.
No,
but they're living generationally on.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that, yeah, they aren't doing the iteration of the diet based on living in what is presumably an impoverished area. If we look at Maasai children, they have high rates of anemia too. Like, we don't need to point to these populations who struggle to meet their needs nutritionally regardless of diet when like, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm not talking about the diet, and it doesn't take all of this crazy amount of extra care when we're seeing in the population vegans tend to do really, really well long term as far as chronic disease rates, right? That's what matters. And clearly they're doing it okay.
Well, I mean, some are, but again, in practice, in experiment, when people are doing this, they are improving. I'm seeing people directly improved by this, by the thousands. And so, that doesn't meet up with the studies, but you know what? A lot of studies have been wrong many times for many reasons. And because they just aren't, designed to be perfect. They just can't be. And they have implicit biases for a number of different reasons. And there are different sources like the University of Washington doing a review on hundreds of different cancer studies looking at red meat and processed meat, but in particular unprocessed meat, and they found that the studies were quite poor quality.
Sorry, which paper in particular?
So I think at this point, what we have to do is agree to disagree.
Well,
in that the reality is that what you guys are both saying is that we have a lot of studies that prove my point or prove others' points. And what we're both saying, all of us are saying, is that also some studies just are bad. And there's just a lot going on there. That's not to fault either one of you for your perspectives or your opinions on either.
Well, I would agree with that. The same, but the thing is, the same can be applied to smoking. We can look at, there are studies that suggest it is associated with a lower risk of lung cancer, but what we do is we dive into the methods. Anthony himself, agreed that is the case, and we point out why one study is necessarily better than another. That's what I would do here, and I don't think that's been done on my side. And in fact, if I had, let's say I had a bunch of clients I was working with, obviously this isn't true, but I was having them smoke and they were losing weight, they were reducing their anxiety, they had some mental clarity, so to speak. Would I be promoting that as a healthy diet? And I'm not, or a healthy thing to do. I'm not saying that that's equivalent. I'm just saying that these anecdotes, we're not following people for 50 years. You haven't been in practice that long, neither have I. What is ultimately being suggested here is that, oh yeah, these swaps in the context of a less healthy diet, you swap meat for plants is beneficial, but all of a sudden if you go to all meat, it's beneficial versus that swap slightly towards more plants. It doesn't make any sense. That you're talking about a curve that goes like this or something, or actually the other way.
But what that suggests is, again, experiment is what trumps all. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And so I haven't gone through that study you're referencing, so I don't know, the specific sort of, ins and outs of it, so I can't critique it at the moment. But what I can tell you is that if you are doing something and it gets the exact opposite results of what any study suggests, then that study is wrong. Or there's some sort of flaw in it.
If I put people on smoking, but if I told people to start smoking and they lost weight, they felt better, they had mental clarity, is that a good thing?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying.
No, I know that's not what you're saying. I'm saying that
arthritis and MS.
Okay, so here, this is good.
So I'm gonna
wait, but this is really good. Parkinson's disease, ulcerative colitis, smoking actually helps in those cases. So if I put someone on, someone started smoking,
it's literally everything. It's literally everything.
You
and
can't
I have
make that
patients
way.
whose CAC score goes down after a year of being on a carnivore diet. And I have patients whose insulin resistance goes down, and their leptin goes down, and their CRP goes down.
I can say the same thing about a vegan diet. I can say the exact same thing about a vegan diet.
But what I'm saying is that when you put someone on an exclusively meat diet, they get better. So your study that says...
Well, compared to garbage, maybe. Compared to garbage, maybe.
No. I'm talking about people that were doing whole food, plant-based diet and attempting to be healthy.
Audio capture, not
registered. What if I... No.
Assuming that only people improving are the ones that are coming from a processed food diet. That is not the case. There is thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are coming from a plant-based diet, a whole food diet, or a whole food omnivorous diet that are seeing massive improvements in their health. It is not just a processed food diet going to a carnivore diet. That does exist.
And
that's not...
we're seeing harm as well. We're seeing a lot of harm as well. Carnivore cringe, like I said, anyone look that up on Instagram. I've had people message me. I've had people message me saying, hey, I tried carnivore, was terrible. I went, vegan, better than I've ever been. We can play the anecdote game back and forth. What matters is when we actually look at...
when you fix it, like you said, the Akiku you don't count, that they didn't do your style of vegan diet. That's fine. I have a lot of people who message me as well and saying they are having problems, and I work with them and I troubleshoot for them, and then they improve and they get better. I have yet to see someone come to me with problems and not be able to figure it out with them, not a single time.
And we can play the anecdote game back and forth. It doesn't tell us anything. These aren't verified.
Not an anecdote game.
No, but
this
is.
This is real life. This is experiment.
Anecdotes, they are anecdotes. They are actually, by definition, anecdotes.
Yeah. The plural of anecdote is data. And when you are dealing with patients on the ground, and this is what you're seeing, and it's going against recommendations...
Okay, so
hypothetically, if I told people to start smoking,
what I think we should do is probably wrap it here, and then we can have a follow-up from this that y'all can follow up on.
Okay.
Individually. I mean, this could go on forever and ever, right? Which I would love it to, but we can't. I think if that is cool with you guys, why don't we just agree to disagree there on some of those points? But I think also, I do really think that the commonality is that we know processed food sucks. We know that. We know that a lot of data out there is flawed. We know that there's a lot of data out there that's good. We also know that what everybody's doing right now doesn't work, right? So the thing that both of you guys are doing is trying to help people and trying to help people be better because you found something that worked for you, right? And so why would you not share that with other people? And you also found that it works for however many other people out there. That's why you're talking about it, right? So I think ultimately at the end of the day, I think there's a lot to agree on there. And I do look forward to the next follow-up conversation that we can have with this. What I'm going to do is put your guys' socials below, okay, so that everybody can follow you. I believe you guys send those to me, whatever you think they would be. But give me like a couple sentence ending from both of you guys if anything else is okay. Closing out. Why don't you go with Dr. Nagros first?
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, like I've kind of come back to a few times throughout, is that what I care about are those long-term health outcomes, and consistently when we look at higher consumption of plant foods, whether that's at the expense of a so-called standard American diet or whether that's at the expense of meat particularly, we see benefits. We consistently see improvements in cardiovascular risk, cancer risk, type 2 diabetes risk. We've touched on a lot of ideas throughout this. I think that's ultimately the thing that it comes back to, at least for me, right? Because that's what I care about as a healthcare provider. But also, I don't think there was any critiques. Now, I know Anthony mentioned that he needs to brush up on these studies in order to critique them, and I'm happy to come back for a part 2 so we can have that chat. But thus far, as far as substitution analyses, there have been no critiques as far as the long-term RCT in the form of the Lyon Diet Heart, suggesting that replacing animal foods with plant foods, leading to about a 70% reduction in mortality. There has been no critique. And as far as anecdotes, like, look, we can tell people to smoke and they improve Parkinson's disease, ulcerative colitis risk. It doesn't mean that it's good long-term. These patients haven't been followed long-term to see if they've developed diseases that take 40, 50, 60 years to occur. And that's what I'm worried about, is that people are going to adopt these sorts of dietary practices and run into issues way down the line, like I've shown, even in those ancestral populations. Inuit mummies from 500 years ago, mummies from Egypt 4,000 years ago. Mummies from Lithuania 300-400 years ago. We see that they do develop atherosclerosis, and it can be quite extensive. So even if we look at those cultures presumably following those dietary practices, still not a good thing long term.
So I would just say that the reason I don't really pay too much heed to these studies is because they aren't great, and so we don't. So studies on my side or your side or whatever, they're not great, and so they're not proving anybody one way or the other, and we have a number of conflicting points of evidence. So that's why I think you need to go to our biological nature, what we are designed to eat. I don't think that you've made a cogent argument on why that's okay to not eat what we're designed to eat, and why it's not okay for basically any other animal on earth to do that, why that's particular to us, that we can eat something that didn't exist 50 years ago, let alone 50,000 years ago. And so the idea that we can just dismiss people that are improving dramatically, I don't think is right either. We're saying that yes, you reduce your diabetes, which first of all significantly reduces your risk of developing heart disease, eliminated metabolic disease, which also significantly reduces your risk of heart disease and other sorts of illnesses, and then that doesn't matter because long term maybe something will happen. Well, maybe, but it's really going against the objective evidence, which is that they're improving. You have people improving on Alzheimer's, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's. If someone's having bloody diarrhea 30 times a day, they need help. And this is something that helps, and this is something that's in the literature showing that it helps. People with MS, people die from MS, and so saying that, well, maybe 30, 40, 50 years down the road, someone can have problems. Well, they're not dead from MS. So that's good. So I'm glad they got 40 years to die of something else. You see people in nursing homes, coming out of nursing homes. There's a gentleman in Scottsdale, Arizona, who is now with hundreds of people, rehabbed terminal Alzheimer's patients and gotten them home again by doing these sorts of dietary interventions. So maybe they die of something 10 years down the road, but you know what? They're not dying of dementia and Alzheimer's right now. So that's an improvement. As to mummies having atherosclerosis, there's a number of different things that cause atherosclerosis. Smoking, stress is a major one. Probably the only experimental trial that's ever shown reduction or reversal of atherosclerotic plaques were stress relief, people meditating for 40 minutes a day and improving their outcomes with atherosclerosis. So, people living in 1600s Greenland could be very stressed. It's a harsh environment. You're in Greenland, and it's during the mini ice age. And so that's not a very fun condition to be in. It could be very stressful. There are also mummies looking at in Egypt during post-agricultural revolution, when they were largely eating grains and they showed atherosclerosis and so forth. And so this isn't just typical of people that eat meat or exclusive to those people that eat meat. Atherosclerosis
I
is
just want to
not
say I never
exclusive.
said that. I just want to clarify that's not my position, that it's exclusive.
Okay.
What did you say? Sorry? What did
Yeah,
you
yeah, no,
say?
I just wanted to clarify, just so that it's not taken as that's my position. Right? It's not my position that the only cause is meat consumption, just to clarify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. And so, that's the thing, it is interesting these people have atherosclerosis, but there can be different factors. It's not just, one thing or the other. Looking at the heart disease rates and poor outcomes in the Greenland population versus, Canadians or other populations, there are plenty in that same time period of Canadian Inuits that show the exact opposite.
That was
And
Canadian to
before
Canadian, FYI. It was Canadian.
Okay, so we're wrapping.
No, but I'm just pointing out because it's mischaracterizing what I said. I'm just clarifying.
I know, but I think
apologize
that's
for
more
that.
just.
So, all I'm
just the
saying
point
is
of
that
a closing general statement.
So this is again just again and again and again. There's an abundance of conflicting evidence, which is why I think that you have to go to first principles. You have to go to the bedrock of the situation and look at biologically what we are and what we are designed to eat. I don't think it holds that what we are designed biologically to eat is going to be harmful to us long term. I just don't. I don't think that holds true.
I kind of wanted to just ask some bullet questions because I think a lot of people, we get in the weeds. It's impossible.
It's tough to answer without nuance sometimes. I hate bullet yes or no's.
I know that.
It depends in a lot of ways, but anyway.
I know. I like to do just a list of questions here just to kind of help people get an idea of how they can proceed, because it's tough hearing all of this, and then just being like, okay, now what? What do I do? Right? And so, if you're not studying this stuff, it's almost like you just want to throw your hands up and you're like, screw it, I'm just going to eat the burger and I'm just going to eat the fries and I'm going to have a milkshake.
Don't do
like,
that.
whatever.
Don't do that. Most of us say don't
No,
do that.
don't do
Right.
that.
Yeah.
That's not what we're. Neither.
Well, that's
neither
great
of us
because
are
that
telling
leads
you to
into
do
my
that.
first question was, I want to find some common ground here. And what I would ask you, Shawn, is do you think that processed food is one of, if not the biggest contributing factors to why people's health has been deteriorating?
Well,
over the
I
last
think
few years?
I think there's a clarification. I mean, ultra processed and processed. I mean, processing can be minor. I mean, cooking is processing for a way. So I mean, ultra processed foods, 5 or more ingredients that you can't find in your kitchen. Normally, it's things that got weird names, mono and poly, diglycerides, and all these weird ingredients. I think those are problematic. Clearly, I know there's dietitians out there say there's no bad foods and eat everything in moderation. I vehemently disagree with that. I think there's some terrible foods out there. When you go to the store and there's food that's blue, don't eat it, right? I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? So I think that, to my belief, is the major issue. It's driving malnutrition. I think even if obesity, in my view, is malnutrition because we're just the wrong nutrition. I think it's driving food addiction. I mean, these I've talked to people that were formerly in that industry as food chemists, and they tell me my job was to make food addictive, and they know how to do it, and they're very successful at it. So I think you have to find a way to stop eating that stuff. And again, a lot of times it requires elimination, full elimination, and you can't just moderate a lot. There's food that cannot be moderated for many people, and so you got to avoid that stuff.
So maybe you might say it's less about going full carnivore or going full plant-based. It's far more about actually eating real food that's not ultra.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly the case. And like I said, I'm obviously an expert in a carnivore diet. That's what I promote. That's what I know. I've got experience in that. But if somebody wants to go on a better diet, I'm good. Whatever works for you at the end of the day, I'm happy to see people get healthy. It's not my mission to eat as many cows as possible. I'd like to see people be healthy because we have a sick society, mental health as well, and nutrition clearly impacts that as well. And so when we have a sick society, it's just not fun. It's not fun to go to the grocery store and see everybody sick. I don't like to see that. I'm sure Garth feels the same way.
Yeah, Garth, how do you feel about that?
I see. I mean, every day I get food logs, right? Thousands and thousands of food logs, and you can't believe what people are eating on a daily basis. I read it and I'm grossed out. I have to stop and be like, don't be judgmental. They're not where you're coming from. But it's hard because you see what they're eating. And you're just like, where do I even begin with this person? Like, we're having this nice little intricacies about what is the long-term study of sex. And I'm looking at a person who is eating ice cream, potato chips, cheeseburger with fries and a chocolate shake. It's a totally different scenario. And so I'm starting at a totally different standpoint with my patients. What are key processes? Look, we didn't even get into this. We didn't even get into the theory on my book was that I think we speak too much about protein. I don't think we speak enough about fiber. We didn't really get into fiber. I think people are fiber deficient. We're getting too much protein, not enough fiber, and that drives people to make bad food choices where they choose bacon because they think they need protein, or they avoid an apple because they think it has sugar in it. So I think there's a lot of, I would say, nutritional miseducation, but I do think there's a huge problem with ultra processed food, with how cheap it is, how it's subsidized, so it's easy to get. I've got families that tell me, hey, look, I got to feed a whole family, and I could do it with a drive-through a lot easier than I could do it at the grocery store.
Let me just say something, Lauren, because the USDA, I don't think the USDA should be in charge of our dietary guidelines, to be honest, because who does the USDA serve? I mean, they serve all these. They serve all these commodities.
They've got mixed servings,
it's the rice commodity, the wheat commodity, the corn commodity, the sugar commodity, the beef commodity, the egg commodity.
Explain what you mean.
Well,
by
I mean,
that, if you could, please.
So we talked about the beef checkoff the other, because I actually go to the beef checkoff. I went to them and said, hey, fund some studies. And they said, no, we don't want to fund your studies. We think it's a bad diet. Frustrating to me, because this is information we need. We need this isolated data on meat by itself. And one of the reasons they say is, well, we can't do a diet that disparages another checkoff. We can't say chicken, beef is better than chicken. We can't say beef is better than sugar. it's against the rules because the USDA has to represent all of the food producers in the country. And so the dietary guidelines necessarily reflect that. So, and where does most of the wheat go? Where does most of the corn go? It goes into garbage. And so that's why we get these sort of dietitians saying there are no bad foods. Eat this crap food in moderation, which I think is literally friggin' killing people. It's crazy the way this stuff works. Yeah.
And I would agree with that. I can't stand the eat in moderation. That there's some guys on social media, and they don't look very healthy. I mean, at least Shawn and I can look like we're walking our talk. They don't, and they're just like, meet the patient where they're at. Well, the patient's at absolute crap. The patient's, at a drive-through, and that's where I'm supposed to meet them. So I definitely agree with that.
So it goes back to that whole argument of like, is the food industry, whether it's for plant-based or animal-based, whatever, is it bought and owned? To a certain degree, right now, we're kind of agreeing that maybe the USDA, which provides a lot of these guidelines, might be in
well, I mean,
those
it's
ways.
Corporate capture. Yeah, go ahead.
It is, but it's also, you got to understand, we have a very huge farm bill, right? And the farm bill's coming up pretty soon. And that farm bill is like any other bill that goes before Congress, has tons and tons of lobbying involved with it. And when you look at the money and where it goes, so the dietary guidelines tell you eat protein, lean sources of protein. They have their plate, right? So a quarter of it's protein, a quarter of it's grains, a quarter of it's fruit, a quarter of it's vegetables. So you would then think that the farm bill would spend a quarter on fruits, a quarter on grains, a quarter on vegetables, a quarter on protein. And it's nothing like that at all. In fact, fruit and vegetables, the things I really want people eating, it gets maybe 4% of that funding. 30% of the funding goes to the food that then goes to feed the animals. And again, it's the food that goes to feed the animals that I don't think is the animals you want to eat, Shawn. These are the grain-fed animals. And so they're eating the cheap grains, the soys, the things like that. And so most of it, like Shawn was alluding to, the Farm Bill is trying to fund the dairy producers, but also the feed producers that feed the dairy cows. And so most of the funding doesn't go anywhere near the unprocessed foods that we're looking for, or the more natural
we
foods.
can agree regardless of what side we're on, right? Plant-based, vegan, or animal-based carnivore, is that the unprocessed or the highly processed foods is the enemy. I think we need to have like kind of a common enemy, honestly, to corral people around. And that's something that I think is really important because I don't think people get it. I didn't get it. Right. I don't study this like you guys. So maybe y'all got it. Like I study it, but I don't know every last little thing like you guys do in the way that you do. So to the general public, it's like, oh, carnivore is going to solve everything. Oh, plant-based is going to solve everything. It's like, well, really what's going to solve everything is eating real food. That's really the baseline start. And then we can kind of navigate from there. Would you guys agree with that?
Well, I would say that, it sort of makes me sad when I see physicians on social media saying that ultra-processed foods are the way of the future. There's nothing we can do about it. You might as well accept it and we'll make better ultra-processed food. Because the point of ultra-processed food, in my view, is to make it addictive and cheap as possible. I mean, that's what the company's bottom line is. And so if you're going to rely on ultra-processed food to provide better nourishment for us, I think we're going to be in for a big disappointment with that. So I do think as many physicians that care about this stuff should be saying, yeah, this is probably public enemy number one. We should, because you think about it, in 1954, we peaked in our smoking. I think 45% of the population was smokers. It's now down to 14%. So we can do this. I mean, we have the mechanism in place, either through government with corporate cooperation, to make these type of sweeping, dramatic population health changes and lifestyle changes because we've been successful with smoking. So there's no reason we can't do it. It's just that obviously there's a lot of money involved. And when 95% of the people sitting on the U.S. dietary guidelines have industry funding ties, that's a real problem.
Is fiber necessary?
That necessary for what?
Right.
Like necessary,
Well,
like
kind
you'll
of.
die without it?
I'm going to just share like perspective. That's a great question. I'm going to share kind of what I think most people, how they think of it, at least from my perspective, is like, it's almost, I don't think the idea is that you're going to die without fiber, but you need fiber to be healthy. So without fiber, you are unhealthy. With fiber, you are healthy. That's when I was growing up. that was my mom's belief. That was what I ate. You have a high fiber cereal, high fiber diet, whatever. That's going to make you have more bowel movements. That's going to make you be healthier long-term and short-term. So I think overall in the carnivore animals based space, they kind of say that fiber from plants is not necessary from what a lot of people I've heard. Now, I'm curious though what you guys both think. So, Shawn, if you want to kind of enlighten, share more about what the space believes
Sure.
on that.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for everybody. I can speak to what I believe. I mean, clearly fiber is not essential for life, or I would have passed away long ago. So it's clearly not essential in the terms that I would describe essential. Like, protein is essential. If you don't have no protein, you die, right? But it's conditionally beneficial. I don't discount that at all. I think that often fiber consumption is a marker of diet quality, as Garth alluded to, this plant-based dietary index. And so if you're eating more fruits and vegetables, you're probably not eating as many cakes and cookies. And I think that's probably where a lot of the benefit is coming from, just what it is replacing. Does it have some, individual, does it provide some sense of satiety? Probably so for some people. Does it limit glucose excursions, an apple versus apple juice? Yes, probably so. So I think there's certainly conditional reasons why fiber, if you're eating a mixed omnivorous diet, I think you should probably eat a little more fiber than obviously junk food. What about my population? Again, I'm interested in a very specific subset of people. And what I see, and there's a few studies out there showing. I mean, one, study by Tommy Wood, and I think maybe I added there, Tommy Wood and Lucy Mailer, metabolic flexibility of the gut. So we hear so much about fiber and its ability to produce short chain fatty acids, particularly things like butyrate. Well, it turns out that protein can do it, that, being in a low carb state, you have butyrate floating around anyway, and it provides a similar benefit. So I think some of those things you don't need fiber for those things necessarily. I think that fiber has been shown to lower cholesterol. And again, this is, obviously Garth and I disagree somewhat on the value of doing that, but I mean, there are certain clear benefits to having fiber in the diet. Is it necessary? Does it apply equally to all populations? I would say I don't think that it does, or I'm inclined to believe that it doesn't. I see people that, again, I'm interested. I'm not so much interested in healthy people. I'm interested in sick people. And when I get somebody that's got RA or Crohn's disease, there was a study that came out. I don't know, that's one on Prevotella. I mean, there's one on high fiber diet. High fiber diet exacerbates Prevotella copri. I'm one of the species of, it's a weird microbiome. The microbiome stuff is so in its infancy. We don't really know what it does, but there is some indications in some people that more fiber actually makes conditions worse. And so when I see those people and they reduce the fiber, or even sometimes to none, they get better. One, it tells me, well, it's not necessary. And two, it is conditionally beneficial to lower that. But I think in the general omnivorous population that maybe Garth is going to talk about, fiber has clearly been shown to be beneficial. I don't doubt that. But I think there are, when we're comparing apples to oranges, and we've only studied apples and we've got very little data on the oranges, again, I will concede there is not a lot of studies on carnivore and these types of diets. That's why I wanted to get them done, because, I see a signal clinically every day that there are some benefits to maybe reducing fiber in some cases.
Fiber, I think, may be the most important.
But I mean, it's kind of funny, Garth, that you say, because we can't even
really
digest it, man. I mean, it's the most important food that we can't even digest, right?
But see, that's the point. So that's what I was getting to. We can't digest because maybe our most important organ is our microbiome. I'm starting to really fall for the microbiome. Now, we're in our infancy stages of microbiome. We've got an expert at Methodist that I'm working with to do some more studies on this. Probably the world's expert on this is Andrew Reynolds in the World Health Organization asked Reynolds to do a series of meta-analysis and systematic reviews on fiber and diet, and he did several, one looking at colon cancer, one looking at diabetes, one looking at overall health. You could look up Andrew Reynolds and the World Health Organization series and systematic reviews with looking at carbohydrate quality. I mean, his studies, look, the burden, if you're going to say that fiber is not good for you, and you didn't say that, Shawn, but if you're going to say that it's not necessary, it's not good for you, you're going to have a huge burden of proof, because he's put together some pretty good research. And this is like really like skimming the surface of the research. I think what's interesting, you kind of brought up, if I'm not going to be dogmatic, my dogmatic answer is there are 1,000 studies showing that fiber is absolutely essential for good health. When you look at longevity studies, funny enough, you would think fruit and vegetables, I think the average person would say, if we're going to say what food group is most associated with longevity, people would say fruit and vegetables. Actually isn't fruit and vegetables. It's legumes and grains. And it may be legumes and grains simply because of their higher fiber per calorie than it is with fruits and vegetables. And I was kind of shocked by that. That's what really got me started with, oh my God, it must be fiber, because I was a fruit and vegetable person, not a grain and bean person. Now I'm a grain and bean person all the way. Now, if you take someone who eats a standard American diet and you put them on my diet, they are going to be extremely uncomfortable. All right. They will blow up like a balloon right from the get-go. And why is that? It's because we're going through different microbiome. Each of us have a different microbiome, almost like a fingerprint. And you can't say it's Prevotella. I mean, there's a general belief that Lactobacillus, Bifidobacter, Akkermansia are good bacteria, and that the Bilophila, Watophila, they got weird names, are the bad bacteria, and Bacteroides, and if you got more Bacteroides, you're sicker. But probably the answer is the variety that you have. And you can build, so there was a study by David et al., which is probably the biggest study, the most talked about study in microbiome, which was a study where they put people on a meat diet and they switched them to a plant-based diet and vice versa, crossover. And they showed that within 2 weeks, we used to think that your microbiome was your thumbprint and you got it from birth. And they showed that you could change it very rapidly. The problem with changing it very rapidly is that you might not be comfortable with that change at the beginning, and it takes time to adapt. So when I'm taking a low fiber person, I don't put them on my diet right away, or I will lose them as a patient. It is a slow, gentle progression, and it's not just fiber, but fermented foods in order to change their microbacteria long term, their microbiome long term. I mean, you mentioned the Dr. Wood paper, which is an interesting paper. Now, keep in mind, this is not a study. This is basically a what if scenario. And he borrows a bunch of studies in there. All of them are rodent studies. So this was a very high rodent study, and I just don't buy rodent study in humans. But it is an interesting concept. Is it possible? Because it's not just that it's not the microbacteria or the microbiome in and of itself. It's not the bacteria that's important. It's what the bacteria produces. So we know that butyrate, for instance, is extremely important fuel for the lining of the colon. And there's been studies showing that if you have lower butyrate, you have more adenomas. And there's studies showing that if you change the diet to lower butyrate, you could get more atypia in cells. And we know that butyrate is anti-inflammatory. Butyrate is this and butyrate is that, right? So we all love butyrate, and we want cells that produce butyrate. What Wood is trying to say is in a ketotic state, the cells of the small intestine can generate isobutyrate, which works like butyrate, and it could sub that in for butyrate. And is that true in a adult population? And my answer to you is the burden of proof is on your side for that. There's no studies on it. If you could prove that, that would be interesting. But the burden of proof goes that way, because the burden of proof right now, the burden of proof is not small for fiber. It's absolutely gigantic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as
huge.
Does beta-hydroxybutyrate, which is a circulating ketone in our blood, convert to butyrate? It's 1-hydroxyl molecular weight. That's a very reversible reaction. That's been demonstrated, time and time again.
But does it in the intestine?
Yeah, and I'm not, I don't know if they've done that in humans. It sounds like they've done that in animal studies to show that it does, and so we can say, well, it's
Right.
probably good. I mean, interesting observations. Most of our microbiome in the intestine is primarily large intestine. I mean, there's some that gets into the small intestine, very little in the stomach. It's primarily, we're talking a large intestine phenomenon. That's where most of the fermentation is occurring. And yet there are people that have colectomies that live long, normal lifespans. You know, they don't even have that. So it's just like, how essential is it if somebody with a colectomy can live to be 80 years of age? And that clearly happens. And so I have to say, I think that the microbiome does impact us. How essential is it? You know, I think that the other thing, again, this is just obviously me relaying many anecdotes at this point. I see people with gastrointestinal issues, whether it's IBD or IBS or gastroesophageal reflux disease. And when they go carnivore, they cut out fiber, they get better. And so, you know, my perspective on the microbiome, I think at this point is saying a healthy person has a healthy microbiome. And I don't, it's hard to put the cart before the horse and say, you need to have this Bacteroides to this Prevotella, blah, 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 you know, to be healthy. I think it's a healthy person, by definition, will have a healthy microbiome. And I think that's a fair way that I look at it.
There's so much good information in here. I think it's interesting to listen to the both of you guys talk, because there's a lot that y'all disagree on, obviously. But I do think that to have the both of you in an open conversation, listening to one another and hearing it, you know, there's probably a lot that over time we could figure out just with your.
Well, I mean, I think from my perspective, we need studies. I mean, I think Garth can point, like he said, he can point to 1,000 studies that supports his position. I don't disagree with that. I think he's talking about a different population than I'm trying to represent. And I think we need more studies. And I think that's what I'm trying to do, but it's not easy. I mean, it's hard to get money to get these studies done. I mean, and you're swimming upstream, and even get them through an IRB is tough because you have guys like Chris Gardner. I think it's unethical to do a carnivore study. I'm like, come on, Chris. I mean, there's thousands of people that are doing this. Why don't we study these guys so we can learn something, so we can all, you know, maybe evolve our thought? Because I mean, I hate to see these carnivore versus vegan camps where my side, your side, when probably the truth lies somewhere in the middle, perhaps, or maybe some people need this and some people need that. I mean, I think that's the more reasonable way to go, in my view. Right.
Yeah, that's, I would love to see in the future in some way, shape, or form that we could have that study.
Well, I guess, you know, and, you know, because I would honestly like somebody who's in the other camps input into study design that would satisfy them, because obviously the perfect study won't be done. None of us will be satisfied. If you could say, hey, let's have a team of sort of adversaries and say, hey, let's design a study that we can all agree on the protocol and the endpoints and what we measure and how we administer the study, and then let the chips fall where they may. And I would love to see, like, in fact, I'm trying to get because I think in this specific population, inflammatory bowel disease, I think carnivore would be superior to a vegan diet. And I'd love to see that study done. I'd love to have some vegan cooperation in inflammatory bowel disease.
In inflammatory bowel disease, have you seen the studies on? Have you seen the vegan studies on inflammatory bowel disease in the?
I haven't. So I mean,
they're pretty strong.
Well, I think that'd be a good one to do head to head. I know there's been. I just talked to a researcher from University of Alabama. He's done it was Mediterranean versus specific carbohydrate diet in, I think it was Crohn's, and it was about a third of the people got better with either. The diets didn't make a difference, but I think a carnivore diet would be superior to either of those studies. But it would be fun to do a vegan versus carnivore diet. What do you think, Garth? I think that would be a cool study.
I mean, it'd be fantastic. The vegan, it's kind of interesting. You can't do the vegan diet in an acutely inflamed.
So what do you? So you use an elimination diet. Use an elemental diet.
They're not going to tolerate it then. So you lose an elemental diet, and then you get them to remission with meds and everything. And then once they're in remission, that is when. So in Australia, they took a group of people that were in remission with Crohn's, and one group went on a standard diet. Now, standard diet, again, it's not your diet, it's a standard diet. So it could be a straw man, right? It's a terrible diet, it's a standard diet. But the vegan group had no remission in 2 years, whereas the other group had 100% remission of their, lack of remission or return to Crohn's.
So this is an interesting the vegan group perspective, because you say you can't dump a vegan diet in an acutely inflamed Crohn's patient because they'll have problems. And it's my thought that why do I see so many people that don't tolerate vegetables, right? It's like, it doesn't make sense. We've been eating this stuff for there's millions of people around the world that eat this. You know, I think our modern diet has so severely damaged our gut function, our microbiome, our gut permeability, to the point that somebody who normally should be able to tolerate blueberries is now not tolerating them. And I think carnivore is very gentle in the gut. I mean, That's my sort of hypothesis here.
No, there's no doubt. Look, there is a lot of vegans, and I don't think they approach vegan the right way. Obviously, they call me and they tell me what they're eating. I'm like, oh my God, you can't eat that way. Or they hear me say that you should eat beans, and therefore they're eating like so many beans, and then they're gassy. They wonder why. And then they go to a carnivore diet and they say they feel better. And so there's a lot of vegans to carnivores. You'll see those all over the place. Likewise, there's carnivores to vegans. So we got them going both ways. But what happens with these inflammatory bowel diseases is you get strictures. And if you're eating a high bulky, high residue diet and it comes across a stricture on Crohn's, you're going to have an effective bowel obstruction. And so that's not going to work very well. So in order to do a plant-based diet for Crohn's, you got to never get to Crohn's in the first place. You got to remember, like our ancient ancestors, they found fossilized poop, which I find fascinating.
Fecalist, yeah.
They have found fossilized poop and been able to, they have been able to evaluate the poop of cavemen. And cavemen were probably eating roughly 100 grams of fiber a day. And so they probably had a completely and utterly different microbiome than we do now. And there's a big reason, like a hardcore, someone who's been vegan a long time, I've been vegan 15 years, and not just vegan, I don't even like the term vegan, a high plant-based diet. I had oatmeal and berries for breakfast. I had whole grain toast with arugula and sprouts for lunch and chickpeas. And so I could eat a ton of beans without feeling even the slightest bit of discomfort. And that's because I've trained my body to eat that way. It takes time to change it, though. And that's why I think you see people go from standard American diet to a vegan diet with full foot on the gas.
Well, I mean, I just comment because I like to add stuff there because, we talk about the fecalist, but I mean, also there's radioisotopic data showing that we ate a lot of meat as prehistoric people as well. And so maybe could have been we ate both. It could have been one population was eating more fiber than the other. Yeah.
It depends on what population. Are you in the Sahara or are you in the,
You're not going to get too many mangoes probably. Right. So, I mean, I think it's very interesting on that. And I think also depending on the time frame, because nice paper, Mickey Bendor, Rafi Saltoli and others about, human trophic levels, really nice paper. About 80,000 years ago, they think that we started converting more towards a plant-based diet, which, arguably is enough time to adapt. Obviously at some point we were primates in the trees eating lots of fruit, and then climate change led to the drying of the environment, and hominids had to have different strategies. And there were, Australopithecus, boisei, and robustus that tried to go vegan and they went extinct. And Homo sapiens sapien, which we are, ultimately survived. And so it's interesting. I don't have a time machine, but I mean, there's decent evidence that we. So
tried to go vegan?
There are two. There were two species called Paranthropus boisei or Paranthropus robustus. There's two of them. They sometimes go by Australopithecus boisei or robustus. And you look at one was called the Nutcracker Man, and they had a really strong, powerful jaws designed to chew through like twigs and whatever to get their nutrition. And they just went extinct because the environment would not support that sort of lifestyle long enough. I guess it just got too cold and dry eventually. So they went extinct, and guys that learned how to hunt kind of survived. So interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a lot of people that have different views, right? They say there's the Australopithecus, but at the same time there's Homo erectus. Like that, we weren't like one after
well,
the other.
They mingled back and forth and interbred. Yeah, we've all got some Neanderthal DNA.
Right?
We've got Denisovan DNA.
Yeah.
You got zero Neanderthal?
I have zero. I got mine checked. I got zero Neanderthal.
Really? I probably have. I've never checked mine. I'm probably like 50% Neanderthal, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know what I am. I haven't been checked.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to find I had no Neanderthal. But I mean, it is interesting because look, we shouldn't be focusing on what our ancestors ate because we have evolved.
Right, I agree with that.
We got to deal with what we got to eat now. I do think these discussions they're funny. I mean, like you look at Nathaniel Dominy he's at USC now, I think he's at Harvard. He says that our brains evolved because of bulbs and tubers, whereas other people say it's because of hunting tools in order to eat meat. He said we got most of our calories from basically potatoes and onions. Other people say it's from meat, but we can't go back in time and tell who.
No, I agree. We don't have a time machine. I'm just wondering where the potatoes grew in Northern Europe in the winter. I'm just kind of like skeptical of that sort of thing.
Oh no, they go great. They go great in Russia. They're under the ground. They live.
But anyway, that's again, I agree with Garth. We got to deal with what we got in 2024. We got to deal with the food supply, and what's the best way to do that?
Okay. Well, I think this might be the start of maybe hopefully the two, I hate to say the word tribes, but kind of like working together in a sense to find out some more answers here, because it seems that there's a lot of potential answers in the middle that it would do well for all of us in our communities to keep an open mind, and also to understand that we don't understand a lot and we're trying to learn, and you're allowed to change. I think we forget a lot in science that science is supposed to evolve, and you're supposed to learn more and challenge yourself, and you're supposed to talk with other people who have differing opinions and views from you to know where your blind spots are. And I think that's what we're doing. So just in wrapping, you guys, I'd love to just have everybody know where to find your individual content and information. Garth, why don't we start with you? Where can people find you?
Just Dr. Garth Davis on Instagram, and I do a YouTube, Dr. Garth Davis, where I sometimes put some stuff on there. I'm not the best on social media. I'm on and
You
off.
got to get a team. I think you have a team, but it's tough. You got to get a team.
I got no team.
It's its own job.
It's just me. I got no team. I got a day job, man. I
can't They'll do it for you. But yes, okay, awesome. I'll put that link below.
Yeah,
Shawn, what about you?
Yeah, so I'm also on Instagram. It's Shawn Baker 1967. I've got a Twitter. It's now X Baker MD. I've got a YouTube channel, Shawn Baker MD. So those types of places. And Lauren, just to comment on what you said in closing, I agree. I'd like to see more cooperation, but I mean, we're never going to get all the answers. It's always going to be a journey. There's always going to be, every answer you get leads to more questions. So it's a never ending process, but hopefully we can help some people along the way.
It was only about 750 patients with heart disease who were using butter, and they replaced their butter with canola oil. And the dramatic reduction in the group on canola oil. It's not my favorite oil. You won't find canola oil in my house, although I would use organic canola oil. It's all a GMO crop, so you're pretty much cornered into using organic canola oil if you're going to use it. You're going to find really high quality extra virgin olive oil in my house.